got to keep my radio locked. On my internet lock, whether it's on the telephone, whether it's on the iPhone, berries of strawberries, whatever it is.
I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.
Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station.
Cross, angry, miserable.
Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth.
You know, tomorrow everyone's happy tonight and going on. But what I have in the always say, if I even want to me, Java cruise, a special cruise for our people. So I want to ask together for a great occasion and Java
the resistance radio station.
And our divine majesty Haile Selassie first said, we must shun humiliation and evil and the forswearing of luxury of vengeance, lest the acid of hatred erode the soul and poison the heart. So don't carry up nobody in your heart. Don't have no vendetta against nobody. Make we just forgive everybody. Make we just smile, as I say, smile a while and give your face, huh? Yeah, so give your heart and mind a rest. Because His Majesty says, lest the acid of hatred erode your soul and poison your heart. So you hate somebody because they do something wicked doing that. Don't carry it right here, son. Just leave your heart so nice and him can't understand how you're smiling after him do you wrong. So His Majesty said we must avoid the acid of hatred. That's why them say if you smile every day, you give your face a rest. And also it's good for the soul. So make we be happy, make we shun evil. All them they will do with wickedness, we never pay them no mind. We just show love each and every day. So we give thanks. And as this might be our final morning, you know, tomorrow everyone packing up from tonight and going in the morning. But you know, the Nayabingi always say, if I even 1 hour before we go, we will rock another little morning ISIS and to give thanks. Because the first time I came on a ship was this ship. And while I was here, while we were journeying on, I remember the plight of our ancestors. I remember they were not in any fancy cabins with nice flush toilets. They can get up an air condition if they feel hot. They can turn the air con up. I mean, you can call for room service. If you're hungry, you can stop at any one of the cafeterias, the restaurants, and get any type of food you desire. Yeah, and if you need to get a little booze and you have a few dollars, you can change how the head feels. Our ancestors did not have that privilege. Worse, the Rastaman who was a ganja is so medicinal, you can also burn a spliff. So this is a luxury. We are doing this to say to our ancestors, never again it will happen to our people. We are gonna save our little money. I mean, you know, they are them save the little money, you know, to come enjoy themselves. It's time our people enjoy themselves. We need to end. Life is short. Buju was on stage the other night and he did not know that his father would have died this morning. So we still are sending out love to Buju even when going through and trying to pick up the pieces. But here, I think his father waited to see his return. And he is satisfied that his son has moved on to a higher level. So he said it's time to join the ancestors. So we're going to give Buju and Daddy a nice round of applause. So let's not take anything for granted. We were here, but we remember our ancestors and the sufferings they had. Just imagine them in the hold of the ship, tied, chained together. Some of us refuse to eat because we'd rather die than to go in slavery. But the white man devised a machine that he put between our jaws and opened our mouth. And then he took the food that looked just like the food he would have given a swine, and he poured it into that funnel and ensured that he had something in his stomach because he did not want to lose his cargo. He was not mindful of how our stomach was. He was just mindful of his cargo. And remember that Lloyd's Bank of England and Chase Manhattan who just inherit all of that whole thing, and many financial institutions of the world and the monarchies of Europe, they were part and parcel of our enslavement. And the worst thing is that the Christian church dabbled in that same evil against our people. It was the church under Bartholomew Diaz de las Casas, those guys, they said to the planters, no, the Indians can't work. There are some people in Africa. Then they work one day, it will equal the work of 4 days of one of those Indians. So it was the church who ordered our enslavement and brought us here. And there was a church on every plantation. What they were doing, tell the master that it's wrong to treat people inhumane? No. He was telling the Africans when they brought them to church, if you know it, your masters didn't do it, in fact you shall be flogged with many stripes. That was what the preachers were preaching. The church was set up to condition the minds of our people. That's why today we feel ourselves a liberated people. Marcus Garvey, one of the great black pioneers of the world, told us, emancipate yourselves from
slavery.
And Bob, add another line to it. None of yourselves can have no fear for none of them can stop the time. But how long shall they kill our prophets while we stand beside and look? We know enough time. The Rasta man has never been rebellious. All them do we are Jamaica. You know say Jamaica government ordered the extinction of Rastafari. In 1963, the then Prime Minister Buster Manti said, if the police precinct in Montego can't hold any more of the Rasta, the cemetery in a place they call Bo, we hold them. What was the Prime Minister advocating? Genocide on the defenseless people. Because them time that the Rasta man don't deal with weapon. See weapon there now. Drums and charm. This was the only weapons we had. But the government of Jamaica ordered genocide on Rastafari. And they dubbed it the Coral Garden incident. And you know what day they did that? The day they called Good Friday. So the Rastaman said, no, that could never be a Good Friday. That's the day you crucified Christ. That must be a bad Friday. And it's the same day they choose to launch the attack on Rastafari. So today when we see Rastafari, a global phenomenon, when we see ganja today, is now the #1 medicine. All the same Jamaican government where giving mandatory 18 months to one little butt about quarter inch. The police are come and you drop it in turn on a searchlight and find it. And for that, you get mandatory 18 months. And you know the first thing when the warder see you coming as a Rasta, he take up the scissors and start to clip, clip, clip. Because all that length of locks down to your heel would have been shaven until you look like Yul Brynner. This was what Rastas suffer on the island, and today we are hearing ministers of government saying, well, we in Jamaica not gonna make this ganja train leave the station, and we Jamaicans are not on it. The same politicians who beat and imprison Rasta are now trying to get into the market for ganja. The Anglican Church says they have $18 billion to invest in ganja, in medical marijuana. Can you imagine? The same thing the Rastaman been telling them, that ganja is the healing of the nation. You think them believe will appear bottomless, bust up head, imprisonment for the sacred herb. But today, it's a dawning of a new era.
Ja.
Let us rejoice. Put your hands together for victory, good believer. So, brothers and sisters, there are many more things we can say and we don't want to say, but we know how it is. The night has been long spent, the morning has been long spent, and we give thanks. We still have some speeches and movements we wanna just give away. Let me have some of those speeches over there.
Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth.
But in the early morning, keep them. In the early morning, we gave some speeches out. And we are gonna do the same. Just, this is the final morning. There are a few items we want to look at that are marketable. We have a book titled Selected Speeches of His Majesty. It's only a contribution of $10. There are buttons, portraits of His Majesty for a small price, 2 for $5 if you want. Those sisters who want any of those nice headscarves, they are here. We have the calabash.
Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio.
Dawning of a new era.
Ja.
Let us rejoice. Put your hands together for victory, good believer. So, brothers and sisters, there are many more things we can say and we don't want to say, but we know how it is. The night has been long spent, the morning has been long spent, and we give thanks. We still have some speeches and movements we wanna just give away. Let me have some of those speeches over there.
New York in the house.
Earlier this morning, but in the early morning, keep them. In the early morning, we gave some speeches out, and we are gonna do the same. Just, this is the final morning. There are a few items we want to look at that are marketable. We have a book titled Selected Speeches of His Majesty. It's only a contribution of $10. There are buttons, portraits of His Majesty for a small price, 2 for $5 if you want. Those sisters who want any of those nice headscarves, they are here. We have the calabash.
The International Morning Right Show, you me told you. Out this is King Alibaba, straight out of Make Money Record. I represent for what you don't know, the International Morning Right Show. Every Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with the Vibe Masterman like Gadite. See, you me told you. Out this is King Alibaba, straight out of Make Money Record, Jamaica. I represent for the International Morning Right Show. Every Monday to Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. with the Vibe Master Gadite. See, I told you. Live on Freshradiovybz, your #1 online radio station. Hear me told you. Pull up a tune there, money pull up here, me told you.
For out of the mouths of babes and sucklings are the audience strength to still enemies and their vengerer. With thy new name, O Jah Rastafari.
Selepe, Milipi, Alapa, Selepe, Tulupu, Yulupu. Rollapan, Rollapai, Zilipin. Kuya, Kuya, Kuya. Watcha, watcha, watcha. Adamawe, Ama. Yeah.
For it's a new name, Jakarta, and it's terrible among men.
Eden not like Johnny. Love and share, like and care.
It's a new name, Jakarta.
I say it's terrible among them.
Eden. For it's a new name,
It's a
precious name.
It's a
New
love and share, like and care.
precious name.
We're in the building, we're in the building. It's the International Grand Rising. If you believe, if you know about the rising, share. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was Jah, and the Word was with Jah.
Yes, a new name, Jakarta.
We shall establish the Word. Why them don't like the name? Why? Why?
When I call him Rasta.
Why? Why?
So we got
What them do? What them do? Too early, you know, too early. Yo, tell the Ukraine them to ease off for the bullets. Tell the Russian them to stop squeeze the bombs. We in the building right now. Yes, sir. Big up the man named Willie, you know. Phone line have a blaze to the what we say.
Rastafari.
Rastology. Salute. 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 Salute to all the warriors. Cha.
A new name, Jakarta.
And you see terrible among them, needing no light. Righteousness exalted a nation, you know.
Yes, a new name.
Sin is a reproach unto every single living thing on the earth right now. Yes, I.
For when we
Call him Rastafari, watch how we can tremble.
he then no lie.
Go down, dirty Vatican. Go down, trample them, trample them.
For when we
Call him Rastafari, watch how we can tremble.
he then no lie.
Yeah man, dig up the Google search engine. Push it out, push it out, push it out.
For it's a
New name, Jah, I say it terrible among men. He then no like Johnny. Them no like in time we have come together, unite as one.
yes, a new name, Jakarta.
Yeah, the lease up, the 40 years up, you know what I mean? The Lego Rasta, Lego the youth, them Lego the maroon, them give them righteous stand. We don't want no privilege. Rights, we want the rights. Yes, sire. Planet Earth, rise, planet Earth, rise up. Hey.
Precious name.
I say a new name, Jah Rastafari. Crown kings of kings, lords of lords. Conquering like the tribe of Judah, the elect of Jah. Yes, sire. The bloodline of I and I ancestor is of royalty, not a commoner. We're not commoners. Well, it's terrible among men. He then no like Johnny. Them no like it, but I saw just set it, you know.
For when I call him Rastafari, watch how we he then no lie.
We shall be like sand upon the seashore. Yes, Babylon. Babylon the fake.
When I call him Rastafari,
I say, watch how we can tremble.
he then no
Them know see we're the true Negus. I am the I am. The Negos. Precious spiritual battles, spiritual wickedness in high and low places. Take them down like how David take down Goliath. Yes, I hear.
Yes, a new name.
Precious name, new name, Rastafari. I am of royalty, I am not a commoner. I know not of whence you came. The lifestyle that you portray is not a lifestyle of our people. Our people are of kings. We're of royalty. We know our identity. Rastafari. Yes, in a time like this, when our brothers and sisters are slaughtering each other for spoils and benefits, when our brothers and sisters have forgotten the true identity of themselves, where vanity has taken them over, we're saying, this is the new name, the precious name. The phone lines will open. Just hold it. Yeah. I say a new name, Rastafari. For it's a new name, Jagat and it. Terrible amor. I said the wicked no like Johnny. You know why the wicked them no like Johnny, man? Yes. A whole heap of people are living a fairy tale, you know. Them are living a fairy tale. And we are saying we are wake up with people. Them. Yes. Grand rising to all the maroon government. Grand rising to the economical department. Grand rising to the intellectual department. Grand rising to all the maroons them. Yes. Grand rising to the emperor, LB Lewis. When I met them distract with, them can't distract with. Them can't distract with. Them can't distract with. Royalty. Yo. Yes, I am. Yeah.
South Africa. No fun, don't say yem. Editi Stefan, non say. Woron say bet. Van die Klasse an Portrait. Sounds like call to come together. And united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land.
Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio
station. Yeah, we give thanks unto all the ancestors.
The resistant radio station.
Spiritual wickedness in high and low places.
Freshradiovybz.
Slew them.
Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station.
Slew them.
The resistant.
Slew them. Slew them.
Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station. Freshradiovybz. Freshradiovybz.
What a family other Pacific to do for you.
Internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant.
Willie P. Alapa Lalapaiv Ralapai Nolapo Welepe Milipi Alapa Selepe Lelepe Skolopo.
They can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and I stood my ground.
Yellow Puk Alapan Dalapan Milipi.
I say no man good.
Yelepes Walapa Milipi Alapa Selepe.
They found no weapon just
Walapa Milipi Alapa Selepe.
I'm so solid as a rock. They just can't stop me now. Even when they said they're tired. People will say this and that. They just can't stop me now.
Yelepe Stalapar.
Even when they set up roadblocks.
Welepe Milipi Alapa Selepe. Lelepe Skolopo.
When they come with their evil thought, I just listen whenever they talk. I used to light into my dark. He cut and clear all my fault. They fight me without a cause, trying to make my life so hard. The King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, give it all reward. So solid as a rock, they just can't stop me.
They just can't stop me now.
People say this and that. They just can't stop me now.
Yellow Paul, Billy Pig, Shalepan. Sharon, big up yourself, you know.
They just can't stop me.
We are speaking unknown language this morning. Unknown language.
You're down to mix me up in your dirty game.
Again.
You're only trying to tarnish.
Make we lose them in the galaxy right now.
You're only looking for the innocent.
Big up all of the universe them. All of the universe them.
And
all of the universe them.
Because destruction and the pain.
Well, the Milipi, Alapa, Selepe.
Just believes and the rain.
Yo.
I got to give and I'm not to shine. Looking for the future. Cause I'm so solid as a rock and they just can't stop me now. Even when they send their traps, they just can't stop me now.
Again.
People will say this and they just can't stop me now.
Early juggling.
So they can't keep a good man down. Always keep a smile when they want me to frown. Keep the vibes and they stood my ground. They will never ever take my crown.
Again.
The place I say no man curse. Things getting better when they thought it would be worse. Here comes the officers asking for a search. They found no weapon, just only a dropper.
Again, I say we solid as a rock. They just can't stop me now. Gudupun, Gradapan, Ralapai, Zilipin, Gralapan, Grap. Let me put up my words them together. Graan, Ralapai, Zilipin, Grand Rising, Grand Ralapai, Zilipin. More big up all the people who know, so you have to become like a children in the house of Jah to really know about the fullness, because we not serious thing, you know. We not serious thing, people, where some people not even look where it take place, them just up and going, you know, they must say, boy, give thanks for life, and you know, them just run through the tracks cause a be a distraction. But I want to send out condolences to the family of Rastology. I want to take this time to share with our listeners and viewers today that this weekend is not just any weekend. It is a judgmental weekend for the Jesuits, for the people who are planning the demise of our people. And our people are the indigenous people, the people who are the rightful rulers of planet Earth, and not the corporation that existed on numbers. Human beings are not goats and sheep, and not even goats and sheep are to be treated how human beings are being treated. As I sit here this morning, this grand rising, because we need to cut this M thing out, you know, can let you go and say it's maroon. A lot of things is dawning on us. We are in a Confucius state of mind, and there are elements that are taking advantage of this Confucius state of mind. Because Bob Marley said, ambush in the night. He said that when you try to get some food, your brothers and your sisters, your aunt, your nephew, your uncle, even your little son or your daughter has to become your enemy. Now, I know that Bob he mentioned these things. We also have the teachings of His Excellency the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who also commend that we will not know ourselves until our back is against the wall. I am afraid that as a nation, we are looking at that possibility that some of our brothers and sisters, because of scarce benefits and spoils, they have succumbed to leaning not only on the wall, but going through it with some of the nasty characteristic that they're displaying. A life cannot be measured by materialistic things. I will say this again. The life of our people cannot be measured by materialistic things. And these materialistic things may come in the form of trading. Now, the trading that some of us are doing has been labeled as illegal. And we know that some of our own brothers and sisters, because it is labeled as illegal, there's an undercurrent of unscrupulous activities that is taking place. The greed of our people has gone through the rooftop because the little that someone has may seem too much for that person. So we have become like peasants, hogs against hogs. And we're never hogs, we're lions. We're lions, we are the lions, we are the lion pack. As big as the jungle is, the elephant is, the giraffe is, when the lion roars, there's a certain amount of respect that is there. There's a certain amount of fear that is there also, because a lion does what lion do. And that is why some of the lions that in our people is coming out where they're becoming cannibalistic among themselves. They're cannibalizing our nation. The Zulu and the Ashanti, they're different tribes, but one nation. If we're one nation, then the labeling and branding of our people, it has to not has that momentum that we kill each other. We murder each other. We take advantage of each other because of opportunities that are presented to some of us. I think that we need to change that direction. They always say monkey see, monkey do. This is not a monkey see, monkey do situation. Our people are suffering because of the lack of knowledge. When you look into what's going on, we are seeing where the corporations are sitting back after they created this genocide for the last 2 years. They are sitting back watching the sufferation of our maroon people. There are benefits out there for our people, but we don't know how to access it. And some of us who do know how to access it are being classified as the PhD and the OBD and the MRC. You went to school, and if the government send you to school, it's a plus for your people. I am calling on all civil-minded Maroons right now, indigenous people right now. And if you don't claim yourself to be indigenous, claim yourself to be of a tribe. And look at that tribe and see the importance of that tribe. You're trying to get inclusion. But inclusion will only cost us the losing of a nation. What does it benefit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? What does it benefit our people to gain status and citizenship in a global environment that does not recognize the rights as a people? But we have to get our things together. The phone line is going to be open in the next 5 minutes. We're here this morning, and I want you to know that all are welcome. I want people who share the sentiments that I share and people who don't share the sentiments that I share. But more so, I want the people who want to find the solution for these sentiments that we do and do not share.
Sokutati Afrika, ayenze yabo. Sokutati Afrika, ayenze yabo.
Itinanga la mapuno.
Asitata pi, isibi nesinga. Asitata pi, isibi nesinga. Sokutati Afrika, ayenze yabo. Sokutati Afrika, ayenze yabo.
Itinanga la mapuno.
Asitata pi, isibidesinga asithatha phi isibidesinga sokuthathi Afrika ayenze yabo sokuthathi Afrika ayenze yabo.
From Cape to Cairo, Morocco to Madagascar, but the only Azane, Solitatane, Bazoga, but the only Azane, Solitatane, Bazoga.
Yes, my people. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Back from us and now to doing work again. Now to do nothing again. Just sit back, you know, and watch us. Sit back and watch us. Slaughter our one another. Over cars. Over a pound of weed. Over one gathering. Over one t-shirt. Over one woman. Over one man. What has life become? What has life become? So cheap? Have we lost our value? I will tell you why we're losing our value. Because we're not a nation. We're not a nation. We have to become a nation first. The Asian is a nation. The Caucasian is a nation. The Vikings is a nation. And so we upright stand with backbone as Maroons, the nation. The nations of the Maroons. 54 registered wealthy Maroon nations. 54 wealthy, common, the wealthy Maroon nation. We spread from every corner of the earth. Take unto yourself your identity. Put not the corporation before your nationality. You're not a national of Jamaica. You're not a national of the UK. You're a citizen. We have to rise up and rise up. Rise, ye mighty people, rise. We still have some doubters among us. We have some doubters among us that are telling us that Gadites, you are not doing the works of the Almighty. I say to them, if it was that easy, it would have been done already. I give thanks, you know, it's a great is the word, but great are those that establish it. Yeah, man, the phone line open right now. The phone line open. My God, the ancestors, them.
Throughout the world about the real world and how it actually works. So all I'm suggesting is that you might want to take some time out of your life and start looking at the reality of the world you live in, because the world is growing more and more dangerous, more and more ignorant, and extremely violent. And unless and until the people rise up.
My God, what is this, Father God?
And quit waiting for government to do something, because in America, Americans love to talk about how we have the ability to elect our leaders. We're big on talking about how we can elect our leaders. But as Dick Gregory once said a long time ago, yes, we can elect our leaders, but you can't select your leaders. You don't select anyone. Your masters who own you will select who will run. You can merely vote on whoever they decide to allow you to vote on. And so when people go to the polls, for instance, people every 4 years are talking about going to the polls. How many people have ever wondered, what does the word poll mean? Why do you have to go to the poll? It's like the Gallup company. It's called a Gallup poll. Anytime some company is taking a poll, what does that mean? It doesn't mean that they are electing anybody. You take a poll to get a consensus of what the people are thinking. That's what a poll is. It's called a Gallup poll. There were many other companies that conduct polls for universities, for government. So that's what a poll is to get a consensus of what the people are thinking. How many people like this color or this product as opposed to how many like the Pepsi as opposed to Coca-Cola as opposed to root beer? And so they take a poll. And so the poll shows that that the masses all particularly like one product. That's all they wanted to know. Just which one do you like best? It doesn't mean much of anything. It's just a poll. And so every 4 years, Americans go to the poll to tell their masters who own them. And they do own you. Your body is a security on the New York Stock Exchange. You need to understand that. And so every 4 years, your masters who actually own your body want to know which one of these individuals that work for us, they work for the corporation, they work for the company, but which one of these would you feel better about having at the head of the company? Which one do you personally like? All 6 of them work for the company. They work for the government, period. But which one do you particularly like? Because this way, if you particularly like one and you vote for him, then we will make him the president of the company, and you will be happy because it was your choice. No, it wasn't your choice. You didn't have the opportunity to select your leader. You only had the opportunity to elect one of the 6 that they gave you, and all 6 work for the same company. So this is why nothing ever gets done, because people don't understand how their world really works. Extraordinary stuff. I suspect that this is a very important time in human history, and especially in the history of our country. When you works, you had better wake up and understand that you have left your government in the hands of other people to take care of things for you because you're too busy with your everyday life. Well, when you leave your personal business and your children and your life in the hands of someone else to take care of you, they're going to take care of you all right. Whatever decisions they make, they're going to take care of themselves, not you. Because you left yourself in their care, they will decide what you will eat. They will decide what you will wear. They will decide if you will have a job or not. Why? Well, because you left yourself in my care. I'm supposed to be in charge of you. So I will decide how much you will make. And you can bet that I'm going to make 1,000 times more than you do. Because I'm in charge. After all, you voted for me. So I'm just saying there's time for us to wake up. These are very evil days, and unless America is ready to wake up and face the facts that we have been lied to, deceived, and tricked into surrendering our lives, our minds, our sovereignty of thinking, and as I said in the beginning, what we need more than anything now is a spiritual and intellectual renaissance, a revolution spiritually around the world, where people wake up to the responsibility to stand before your Creator and be a normal adult human being who knows what's going on, who understands the world, and can contribute something to the good for the whole human race. But it's going to require that you educate yourself and understand how the world works. Again, my name is Jordan Maxwell, and thank you for listening.
Yes, the phone line is blazing. I can see that Strong Lion is checking in from over there in the Bahamas. Willie, over there in the Canaanites place that is called Canada. He is also on board. I have to give it up for the DBC people, them. Like how the thing I go on. Maroon government, nothing else no make sense. As you heard a while ago, if we do not stand for something, we will fall for anything. Let me just take time out to big up Anguilla, you know what I mean, Antigua and Bermuda, you know what I mean, Aruba, you know, big up Barbados and Belize. These are just some of the corporations that we may touch on this morning with the Grand Rising show that is taking place. We want to also say Grand Rising to the Guyanese, you know, corporation, the people, the subjects under that, you know, corporation. We want you to know that you can get your liberation right here through Freshradiovybz, because we are connected with a treaty that give us the legacy of 1738 that is standing firm as one of the most eloquent treaty here on the planet, and it's under the Nayang Kapong right here. God with us. Let us also remember that other corporation out there that is doing, you know, the injustice to our people, the indigenous right that is extended to you is also something viable. Let's look over here on the Caribbean report. We're seeing where Barbados and Rwanda deepen ties in travel and other areas. As you know, Rwandan president was also in the corporation of Jamaica signing some documents. You know that these documents are fraudulent documents. They have no jurisdiction over the indigenous people, because the indigenous people, I will tell you, is a different entity. They are not subjects of these corporations. These corporations are run by conglomerates who have their own interests at hand. We go over to Ghana. The Guyana record economic growth during the pandemic, and we want to know more about that. The World Bank have a lot to do with that. We are also going to see how much that interact with the corporation and what they're doing over in the corporation of Jamaica. Jamaica moving forward with plans for the railway service. As we said to our people, the plan for the so-called Commonwealth is in full action. You know that these are some of the things that they had used to propel their coffee and their tea bags to the UK. So we are seeing some of these remnants being reenacting, and we only hope that these people realize that these actions are a fraudulent action. They need to talk to the indigenous government, the indigenous people bloodline that have the right to negotiate with the crown, because the crown is a corporation that owns the tag name Jamaica. Here we go here. St. Kitts Prime Minister say he remains fully committed to coalition government. You can see what is taking place. The joining of the hands people, 54 Commonwealth as what it is being labeled. This is the greatest train robbery since the years of our ancestors, and who cannot see it is doing Stevie Wonder no justice. Stevie Wonder can see even this sort of setup that is going on. We move over to Commonwealth education ministers to discuss post-COVID recovery. I'm telling you, people, the cobweb is being set where the so-called button has been pressed and the conglomerates are putting it together. Now, this recovery money, as I may say that we have, stop the rhythm for a second, please stop the rhythm. We have people who should have gotten this money a long time ago, people. This is not new money. We know that the hurricane relief funds have been insurance money for Bahamas, you know what I mean, Antigua, Dominica, the British Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, as far as Trinidad has been hijacked by these commoners. Because they're not these Robin Hood that works under the title of the Crown, and the Crown have its inchman and inchwoman out there doing these sort of atrocity to the indigenous people. They need to see that this is not civil. This is beyond uncivilized. The security personnel that are out there, we are asking for your assistance to get on board right now and render justice to our people. Our people cannot go on any longer. We are seeing the resurrection of what is to be in the near future, which is right now. The resurrection is clear and present, people. They are resurrecting this momentum of trade where the 54 so-called Commonwealth will start to be the donkey for the colonial masters. The masters have seen where they have the contracts have been expired, but our own brothers and sisters have ensured the slave masters that they were continuing the trade under the disguise that we were free, under the disguise that we had something called emancipation. We are in a man hand. Emancipation. We are in a man hand. Our brothers and sisters who have become the gatekeepers for the crown. And now the crown is coming back after how many years without paying any compensation for the atrocities that they have done. But here stands the maroon. And we stand with a 1738 blood treaty. Some question, how can we stand on a treaty that some say we have never seen? But because it was written in blood, the blood of my ancestors run through the said ancestors that did that treaty. And it wasn't a shake of a hand that led this treaty to be legitimate. It was an understanding, an overstanding, an inner standing that I am sovereign. You came here, you saw us, and we shared our knowledge, wisdom, and overstanding. So people, the phone line open now. We have to see what going on right now, because it's serious, people, it's serious. So I'm just big up all of the massive. I think Willie over there, I want to see where I deal with. Michelle, as usual, always in the house. I want to see the week set up. Let me say, Grand Rising, Willie. Can I call you Willie or Wilbert?
Willie, man. Willie is good. Grand Rising, my brethren.
No, so me allow the name that you girl them. Allow the name. Me allow the name. Me I call you William. William is a name I can work with. But anyway.
Why you want to change my name? Me not change your name from God Eyes. When me I call you, I'm gonna find one name for you.
Already, you know, say I just talk about the name change. Already, one of I join Jesse Gender said me a text. I said, boy, I God lie my name. Me I say, what you mean my name God lie? You must say, yeah, cause you know we don't live up to some of the people them expectation, but I know there enough to make no guy feel comfortable under them expectation. Guy, you have to live in a your own skin, you see me?
Yeah.
Willie, you getting the COVID money yet, Willie? Cause suddenly all of the leaders them have money to give you, Willie. Them say them have some COVID money for you. And,
oh, yeah, sir.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Them send it right, me need it.
Yeah, man. Them said that all you have to do is sign up.
Where? In Jamaica or Canada?
Well, as far as Canada is part of the Commonwealth, so Justin should have some money over there. So Justin have some money over there already. It's going to be, there's a catch to it though, Will. It's going to be digital money, okay?
Oh crap, I know I can keep it. Them can keep it.
Will
you know what? Why not? Take it and use it if it can use. So, I need one nice vehicle, so I hope I good money and I look up the pian money.
So we may talk about, so at them people may talk about my brain. So here I know, Willie, me have some of them digital money that too, you know, Willie. Yeah, more, you don't know. More you turn over your house to me, I'm gonna put $1 million. How much you want for your house? I put you want like 10 million or 20 billion. How much you want?
Me will take 10 mil fees.
Alright then. So when you see a digital money come out, I'm gonna WhatsApp it to you right now. But I want you to send over a paper them.
Yeah.
You can't send over a paper them and just digital money to you. You will do that?
Oh, you mean once I've confirmed that I can go back and buy a house with the digital.
Hold on. But never mentioned about going back and buy nothing, Willie. Yes, you mentioned a while ago, say you're going to send over the rights of your house. Come give me. I'm going to tell you something, I'm going to send over some digital money to you.
Yeah, but that's all.
Come on, Willie, if you can't trust the government, you can't trust God. Come on,
that's
man.
I'm going to find out. You see, like how I have some Bitcoin, I've been taking my Bitcoin off and they buying food and them something there.
Oh,
if my find so the money can be used, why not? But if it can't convert, so you have to send me some and me test it first.
So hold on. So when you go to bank and you sign up for your loan, you tell the bank to send some come give you first and you just sign off on it.
What about different from God?
Hold on. You see it? And that's why you go wrong now, Willie, because at digital time we you have to deal with the straw man, the real we know. Everybody a straw man now, Willie.
Well, yeah, you better believe it.
Yo, people, we just kick off the whole thing. And we have Willie right on the panel. We have some more people in our room we are forward. Willie, on a different note, I have to reach, as you see, our banner is flowing at half mast today because we are witnessing an attack of a proportion that Willie, why are we so angry? Me can't even ask you why we're so angry or why are we doing these things. I am putting it at a point like this. How can we fix this broken situation right now, Willie, from your perspective?
How can we fix it?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you something. That's a $1 billion question you just asked, and it's worth thinking about. But I'm gonna tell you, my brother, this is, you and I know that this is nothing new. Man has always been fighting. It's all about power, my brother. It's all about power. It's a fight for power, and you will never ever get that. People are not gonna relinquish their power. And if they feel threatened, like what Russia is doing, once you threaten my power, my authority, fight, war go start. I just saw. So that's why I'm saying don't pick a fight if you're not prepared to die, or if you're not prepared to end up in the hospital. Don't pick a fight, cause that's why you say from my young youth, you know.
Yeah.
My father says, you know, whenever you decide to fight, be prepared to die or go in the hospital or go to jail. It's one out of the three outcome. Yeah. So
our year your father and born. Him did born before Christ or David who slew Goliath. No one knows. Right, I know, Willie. Let me tell you big and serious. I'm saying this. Mark want to join. Mark, we're reaching over to Florida in a bit. We're in Canada right now. Willie, there comes a time, you know, as where Lionel Richie say and Michael, you know, when you need a helping hand, you know, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Yes. And it's the truth. Yo, I want to find the truth in the song because right now some people don't understand, Willie, when you witness them murder a 68-year-old. A 60. How old is you, Willie? I want to ask you, how old you is? How old you live on earth now?
57.
Willie,
Say.
the good book say you are given to 310 Killy, Willie. And imagine you have people where a kill off the elders, the young one, the babies. When will this stop? When we are doing it to ourselves, looking for some, because the leaders they make we get hungry and we get angry because we can't pay the bills and we not work for pay. Because them, when you get the so-called, when you look among our people are living a so-called minimum wage, where some boy you give them dog for the night, some people are get it for the entire month. And we as a people will still, I say we don't know how we are going to fix this. How can we deal with this? What is driving this sort of foolishness? We have to face the reality. Say, the way forward can't be like how we are dealing with it. It has to be a different approach. It has to. Grand Rise, hold on the way.
Yes, sir. So let me ask you, I return the favor to you. What is in your opinion, how do we fix it?
Before I answer that question, we're joined by, philanthropist, if I'm saying for a better word, Mark, the Renaissance man, musician, art, entrepreneur, leader, inspire, you know what I mean, and I do. Canada, we have on the line Mr. William. We're calling him royalty this morning because he has bloodline within that Shakespeare. Willie, say grand rising to Mark, and Mark, the Renaissance man, you can't heal up. Willie.
I can hear you, but
respect, Mark.
Hey, hold on, I can hear you, but here's what happened, right? I was in the middle of a call on Gmail.
Yes, sir. You can deal with it.
No, hold on, Bertie, hold on now.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hang up now with them.
Yeah.
And call me right back.
I will.
Call me right back. Right back now.
But with technology, make you can't add back yourself once I call you still. But I'm going to call you right back, sir. Yeah. Always busy. Mark always busy doing things. But Willie, you were saying that you wanted to find out what my solution to all all of this.
Yes.
Well, I am seeing right now where the corporations are very much of the overstanding that time is up. After 2030, time is going to be legally up for several of the offices that the corporation are governing. Now, realistically speaking, as I said before, the so-called Commonwealth, which is a wealth of people that are walking around that with brands and signatures that has nothing to do with them. They are nothing more than pawns within a political game, for a better word. So, what is happening now? Our people have to detach themselves and look at, we weren't taught economics on a large scale, but because we're living in an economical world right now, and they're using economics, which is a numerology, which our people of the Kemetic powers are the creators of Imhotep. We have to balance it now. So that is our doing, not the corporation doing. The corporation doing. Will it? Hold on. I'm gonna. Hold on. Sir Mark. Let me call you back.
Back on John.
Yeah. Yes, that is the man himself, Mark, calling forward. I'm going to get back to Willie because this is going to be a very good link. People, if you're just joining us, the phone is going to be blazing. We're going to talk to Willie. Thank you for joining us. We were just adding to the chat room. Mark the Renaissance man. He's going to get forward. But I'm saying that we now have to find the inner.
Man, we're on track now.
All right, hold on. Welcome forward. we have to find, Willie, the solution as to caring for ourselves, because the powers that be don't care about us, but we are leaving it in their hands to take care of us. As what the tape said when you sent to me, it said that the corporation is just the dragon that they are. They are not going to look into themselves and say we are doing an injustice. Look at the embarrassment, right? A place that they call Jamaica. From 1738, the Crown has recognized the blood treaty that is in full effect. It says that the terms of the treaty is so eloquent that it surpassed several of the other treaties that are out there, because it is very detailed as a government. Because the British did not surrender to a bunch of hooligans or a bunch of people who weren't thinking. We ruled Spain for 900 years from the empire of the Atlantis. So this small scenario that our treaty is not valid is playing a Mandela effect on our people, where they are giving in so much garbage to counteract the authenticity of our treaty. So you have a lot of educated people now who are questioning their own sovereignty. And this is where the idiocy comes from, because the corporations are established an organization that is run by a bunch of people. And we keep saying it, when you go out and being like, I'm a proud Jamaican, you're actually being a poster child for a corporation that is taking away your rights and giving you privileges. How dumb can that be? When you're in St. Vincent, Grenada, and we're not telling our people not to have that brainwash years put us continue, but it cannot be the 4 month, the premises as to who we are. We exist long before the branding came into effect. Grand Rising, Mark. Willie, if you want to answer that.
But hold on, that's right. Don't move on to Mark yet. Respect. Are you there? You hear me?
Yeah, man. You're loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, but you asked me a question. What is your solution? You give me a long history of what has happened. But I am saying, what is your solution to what is happening?
Do for self. Do for self. Do for self. Do for self. Do for self is my solution.
Okay. All right. Cool.
What is it you
I think the first thing we need to do is to, when you see the man put sanction from big Russia, right? For whatever they're doing or whatever they want to call it, see? It shows you that when you're the interdependence is so great, that them can do whatever they want to do with it because them have this over you, have something over you. The sooner we take care of ourselves, no guy can sanction you, nobody can do nothing to you because you're taking care of yourself.
Exactly.
So it's important that we focus on that aspect of our progress or progression as a people. You'll always be held hostage to the whims and fancies of these people.
That is real sovereignty.
Hold on. I want to say something, because even though Russia is a part of the United Nations and a part of the G6 and everything, you know why Russia can walk away and stand in sovereignty? Because it is not depending anymore on the spoils and benefits. Because what has happened to our leaders is that they have been offered to name as much as they want, sleep as comfortable as they want, shit up as much as they want, and guess what? They don't get held accountable, and they consider themselves to be in charge when they're not in charge.
Well, let me say something to you on that, right? Russia can walk away because China is picking up the difference. So is India. In other words, we want to go a step further than that.
Yes.
We believe that we should sustain ourselves in all aspects of our lives. There's a gentleman that I'm meeting in Jamaica on Monday of next week. Who has the machinery and the technology to turn waste into gas, cooking gas? And it also helps with greenhouse gases as well. So, and this, I remember this when I was in high school in 71. There was a pig farmer. All right, we don't know like pig, but I say the pig farmers use the feces from the pig to make cooking gas. This is 1971, but it was not in the interest of the corporation to have people self-reliant because they can't tax that.
Yeah.
Why think them fight against weed, Rasta? They fight against weed because any man can grow weed anywhere they want to grow it. You don't have to be a party. You don't have to big man and big processing plant to smoke or split or do whatever. I mean, I'm smoke, but tell you all the system set up. So they will always suppress independent thought, independent movements, because them can't get a cut out of it. You know, see?
Exactly.
So once we understand that, once we understand where our challenges are, we need to focus on the solutions. We all know what the problem is. Rascal has talked about a while ago, and I think all members online today understand that it's not us the problem, you know. And the one who oppress us is the problem. So once you move yourself, you say G7, them could have G50. That shouldn't bother we because we are doing free one program. And I'm going to give you something that I've learned over the years. I didn't tell this, but I was asked into boxing, you know. I'm used to sparred man like McCallum back in the day. See? Wow. The reason I never get into boxing as much is because the brain cells don't replicate, see? So once you lose them, and your brain is the most important part of your body. Alright? Now, my strategy in fighting was not what the man wanted to me, you know. I want me want to do to him, so when he done him can't do what I want to do with me. You understand that? So use the same mindset when it comes to taking care of yourself and being self-reliant and doing your own thing. Focus on what we need to do as a people with the resources that we have to make us full independent. So whatever the Babylon system want to deal with, I feed them business that because it now impact what we are dealing with. That is where our focus needs to be in terms of putting the shovel in the ground. Focus on that. Don't worry about the cooperation because guess what? They either with us or them have to join us because we know with them. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So that is where we need to go, gentlemen. We need to focus on that.
If I may chip in here, Mark, 100%. That's real talk, and that's a while ago I sent God's Eye a little clip from a gentleman talking about the whole birth certificate and the whole become independent of government. Do not leave them to take care of you, because when government take care of people, them end up taking care of themselves and give you the scrap. So exactly what we must learn is as Ras would say, we are the people of the land. We must learn the land, learn how to use the land, become independent, grow our own food, our own water, our own cellular thing, our own energy, etc. And what that is real sovereignty. But when you say you're sovereign and you still have to go to them supermarket and you still have
you're not sovereign. You're not sovereign. In 1946,
you know the real sovereign people are the Amish people. Them not even the light them use.
Absolutely, they don't care what going. They don't care what going outside there. They must focus on themselves.
All right, hold on, because I cannot indulge in such small talk. We are joined also because it's a very solemn
small talk.
Yeah. When I say small talk, I mean that the army should even. I just drive through some property, and even though they don't have like the brand spanking 2022 Chevrolet park up in our front yard, I was doing some DoorDash. Hold that thought, Willie. Hold on, boss. It is not. Hold on, it's not about real, my lord.
Awesome buggy, the one that
hold on, you know what the Amish them do? They utilize the opportunity that mankind, a kind of a manner provided. But hold that thought before I bring in Irama. It is said that, yesterday I got up and I got some very, very distressing news about one of the elders that I hold in high regards when it comes on to the liberating of our people. Rastology Francis is a known advocate for Maroon sovereignty, and he was murdered brutally. Rastology decomposed body was found on a property located in St. Thomas with a female companion. It is said that the property is said to be in the way of the highway being built in St. Thomas. It was recently said that not 1 inch of Jamaica land will be ceded to the Maroon, talking about sovereignty, and this was from the Crime Minister. Something is definitely
bad news, man.
Before
that's bad news, bro.
Hold on. The man was 68, and they'd have just murdered the likes of Tabby from the Mighty Diamond. So there's a pattern of disrespect that has evolved over the years because our leaders have set no precedents as far as even for the elders. Irama, I want to take time and ask you this morning to join this
bad news.
Tough. Grand Rising, Irama.
I'm Mara. Can I get it right, Marcy?
Yes, sir. My deep.
Yes.
All right.
The minds of our people are in disrepair. We do not understand that taking a life puts that person in the same category as a dinosaur that's been dead for millions of years. You are forever gone from this space. The people can't come back next week. When you take a man out, they don't understand the sanctity of life. And you know something? Sometimes I get really angry with the behavior of these people. And when I think about the people that have created the atmosphere in which these mostly young individuals can operate with impunity, the real wicked person is not the person committing a crime, but the person that created the atmosphere which allowed these people to believe that they can act the way that they do. And it all falls on, like you said, the corporation. The corporation has, guess what? When man run from Jamaica in the 70s, you think the man run? Why would you run when you know that you start the problem? Are you a man that cause the problem, Bridget? So you're not run that away. Are the ignorant people who don't understand what's going on run? All of the oppressors who caused the problems in Jamaica never left Jamaica. They're not murdered. Nobody no bother them because I feel them henchmen do what they want to do. They're the ones that make the people them run, so them can't thief the land from the people who are run. So there's more to it than what meets the eye now. And the sooner we wake up in terms of educating ourselves on the philosophy of the oppressors, is the sooner you understand how to fight them. Because if you don't understand your enemy, you cannot fight them. So we need to really look on a comprehensive approach to tackling this, because we are fighting on many different fronts. We're fighting a psychological war. We're fighting a physical war with the people who are oppressing us, and we're fighting the legacy of slavery, which has impacted us in ways we cannot imagine. So it's a multifaceted approach to fixing our country, and we as people need to really, I know we talk a lot, but we have to talk in the context of solutions. How putting the fork in the ground, what's the first step? What's the second step? That's what we need to focus on right now. We can't keep talking about the problems. How do we put the fork in the ground now? Where do we start? That should be our focus from here moving forward.
Well, I want to get the Iron Man himself, you know what I mean, to really come and weigh in, because he's on the ground in Jamaica, and I know he must be feeling the shock wave.
Yeah, Yeah, dark eye.
Yes, I.
Yeah. Now, the truth is, my lion. The truth is, as we all know, saying that those who still sleeping, right, and those who awake and know what needs to get done, we have to just put our shoulder to the wheel and get it done. See? You know, makes sense. We labor and call out those who already just lock themselves in a corner, whether through fear, whether through lack of motivation, whether because them can't see or whatever reason, but then just say, yes, I'm there. I mean, I'll move. Those of us who know what we have to do, we have to come together, do it. Then, because those of us who already know what is happening, you know what I want, it's the people, they will come at you. And you see, you mentioned the brethren there, you know, I sent you the video, and I just want you to pay attention closely to some things that happen, see, within the time, and see some name where the brethren call out, see, and look on some position where some people get sins, see, and him just vanish because this brethren ruffle some feathers. So me as a king.
Yes, sir.
Now, these are some of the things that we don't pay attention to enough time. Enough we come out and we talk. See? But when we are talking and we don't put ourselves in the position and say, watch out. You see, after all of the talk, you know, what is it are we going to do? Or while we are talking and while we are observing what is happening, we don't want to use the word reaction. What action are we going to take to really liberate ourselves? See? The brethren make some vital points,
yeah,
especially when it talk about especially when it talk about.
Oh, you're not so far from the phone. I like it a book bop. I hear a book bop in a fullness, like it feds
yeah,
them.
You know?
Yeah. I can watch it feds them.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is another thing. Is another discussion that.
Yeah, when I'm always listening. So,
yeah. So
yes,
when we look and the history that the brethren laid out and knowing these knowledge and having these knowledge,
yes,
these things are weapons against the oppressors, you know. And if he's disseminating these information, see, it means that what am I going to do? I'm going to stir up the mind of some people.
So you say him for dead then, if him talk. If we talk, we for dead.
No,
you
can't create me. I'm saying when he make them statement,
they're not talking, man, talking truth, man.
Well, I know, brethren. I understand the truth. Listen,
yes,
what
sir.
Before you drop the gun, brethren.
Yes, sir.
The truth must be revealed.
Yes,
Let me
sir.
make that clear that you understand. The truth must be revealed.
Yes, sir.
See? But never say something to the eye then.
Yes, sir.
And every man come push a camera and a mic in front of your face to say certain things, you know. If you know, say you see information is one of the most expensive things, you know, especially to sell to the oppressors, you know. So sometimes when we attack, say, who we want to hear? See? So sometimes it's better we go deal with some people we know say, well, are them people we want to hear what we are saying? Because them people will take action and make we move forward. Then some people just use information for their own self-aggrandizement. This is what the man I do now. This is what I would for people around I and I do. Them walk with them little camera, see, and I show you. But
I'm Mara, hold on, man. You know me don't like chicken feed argument when it's a Monday morning, you know, because I'm morning this where them crucify and nail a guy to the cross. So here we know. You see, look a fearful. Hold on. You see, look a fearful chicken argument, Moon Time King. Me I tell you big and serious. Is either them are take you out standing or take you out lying down or no.
Hold
on. The man, hold on, cause my lad, a butter you put butter upon puss mouth, my lad. And I take long to paint it on. Me know that this morning.
Alright, so you me no get it.
What you say, fam?
You what me say?
Yes, lion.
Since you said me I put butter upon puss mouth.
Yes, sir.
See?
Yes, sir.
And it means that you don't really comprehend. Me just said to the eye a while ago.
Yeah.
See? That means you not listen. I want you to listen.
Tell the man them say them not talking.
Hold on. You don't
yes,
hear
sir.
that, man. I said the truth must reveal.
Yes, sir.
See? But I know everybody can't take the truth, my brethren. I know everybody.
But I know everybody here talk the truth, fucking. Yo, if the wicked
Can I say something? Hold on, man. Can I say something about what he said? Maybe
before you come in, my brethren, let me clarify what he said. That I can't say it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I am saying, there are some people among us who come and put camera and mic in front of our mouth. We must analyze them carefully before we say what we are saying, because they all have ulterior motive. I've seen many people.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Are we at war or are we not at war?
We are at war, but we must know there's strategies in fighting war.
But you wanna king? But hold on now. This is it now, we know. You want, I believe what the destruction of our people is. Me no want that guy feel like say a look good thing or when the camera them come out. This is so long as a righteous that exalted the nation. Bring them out. And this is with the intimidation I'm not like what go on, you know. Some people I feel like I try make it look like say here, you know, the Rasta man wrong for come out and say boy the 1738 treaty, you know, it full in effect, you know. The Rasta man wrong for come out and tell us say, oh, Sam Sharp and Paul Brown slave. A long time I know them thing that I'm and a long time I said them thing that so you say a guy if come over here so come violate I and deal with them.
Brethren, let me tell you something, sir.
Yes, sir.
What the brother is trying to say, right, is that you have to be strategic in the things you say and how you say it. Because if you're dead, you cannot fight.
Yo.
Okay?
Hold on.
Let me talk now, brethren, man. Let me talk now, brethren. A long time you know this thing now, brethren.
Right, man.
What me I say, right, is that there are a lot of people who are only too quick to give all information to their enemy because there's a camera in front of them. They're only too quick to expound on things that they should not be talking about to people that push the camera in their face.
Let me forward this to you before you get heated, because Imara sent it to me and you know I said yo I watch it and everything, and then I know that this morning I wanted to have a roar with the lion because I want to hear what shall we there and what we are.
Send it to me. Hold on. Send it to me. But what I'm saying to you at the same time, right? Yes, what I'm saying to you at the same time is that the battles are won based on strategy. Okay? One of the reasons why Ukraine was able to hold back the Russian army quite a bit is because of the strategy they had in place. It's not that they didn't have superior firepower as Russia, right? And I'm not taking sides because a white man fight amongst themselves. Yeah. Family stubble, right? They're all Russians over the side fight. Now, we need to be strategic in how we send our message, who is going to receive the message, and what they're going to do with the message. You can speak about atrocities placed on you.
At the bag of secrecy of people that dead in the out. At the bag of secrecy. Yo, but that can't tell me right now, King.
No. Right. He already expressed to you that the truth must come out.
But how?
People have to know the truth. Hold on. People have to know the truth in order to know what they're fighting for. Okay, we all understand that. What he's trying to tell you is that not everybody that come to you trying to interview you or whatever is your friend. They're interviewing you for the enemy to know how to deal with you.
Stop the rhythm right there. So, cause you see which are you gone right now. that no look good. Cause you are tell me.
But you're right.
Just send a thing come here a while ago, man.
Right.
You need to pause the talk and watch the tape, cause if you tell me say Big Stone who say him go down there and do a thing and the Rastaman reveal some things and then the Rastaman get him throat slashed as with them say and him a 68. Yes, I don't really go for them thing the king. You know what I mean? Yes, I.
Okay, how many of us? Okay, how many of us? How many of us? Now, hold on. One point. How many of us, armed with that information, is going to take a stand against it? That's the question. Who's going to belly cat?
Against what?
Who's going to belly cat?
Against
we
what?
can't steal.
Against what?
Against man who could kill our
we shouldn't have to live in a barbaric society. We're a 68-year-old man. Throat has been slashed because he came out and said something that he wasn't talking against his brothers and sisters. How ignorant and dumb. He wasn't talking about his brothers and sisters as a person where he might threaten them and he might tell them, say, yo, you need to free yourself because you have sovereignty. You don't need to go under the Jamaica Corporation, But here what now, them are run a road through the sovereign land. And because the government and the Prime Minister come out the other day, and I know that a lot of people support him, but this is a criminal thought, and said that there is no such, not an inch of sovereign land. Mark. When you have leaders, when you have careless leaders like these, this is the result. This is the result of careless leaders.
Hold on, Virgin, mouth neck for chat. Prime Minister can say the fact.
No, sir, mouth neck for chat when you have power. That mean nothing. So you tell me, say the Prime Minister have no power?
He have power till you take it from him. The solution we are talking about, Virgin. The solution we are dealing with now.
Yeah, we're dealing with solution, but we're talking about the action and the reaction of what is taking place. A man has died, and the only thing that he said was that, listen me, the Corporation of Jamaica is a fraudulent one. Am I lying? Anybody to want to tell me I tell lie?
Yeah,
tell me that I tell lie. Anyone of you can tell me no that I am lying.
We all know that. We all know that.
Then why the man die for it? Why did he die for it?
Well on. You see, this is one of the things, okay? You see, when we come in a forum like this, it's not to overtalk and shout down on each other, you know? And that's what we know, okay? When we come in a forum like this, it's for us to listen to each other. Just try to listen to each other. You know, the sad thing about it is that I clearly stated something a while ago, and you weren't listening, guys. That Mark have to come say exactly what I say again. It's like he reiterated. See? You see, you're some depth on the ground.
Yes, sir.
See? Alright, I'm going to show you something. You know about a virgin named Con Bogle?
Name who?
Con Bogle.
Con Bogle.
Yes.
No, I don't know about it.
Alright. I want to share something with you. You see the brethren who use a camera to interview the brethren?
Yes, sir.
See? I know him personal and I know Con Bogle personal. Con Bogle was once the PMP counselor for the Yalas division, Western Center. See?
Yes.
Con Bogle claimed that he is the great grandson of Paul Bogle.
Oh, that's where the con come in.
Alright. See, he name Constantine Bogle. But we call him Con in short. See?
Okay.
Alright. Let's hear me out. When the president spoke of Paul Bogle as somebody who did have the opportunity to have at least 20 slaves.
25. I think at 25.
20, you say over 20.
All right.
Slaves.
Yeah.
Because of his status at the time. See? Now when him say Paul Bogle wasn't, according to him, he might discredit Paul Bogle as a liberator. He might discredit Sam Sharp as a liberator. Because they were all a part of the corporation. I'm going to use that term there. See? No.
Hello.
I am saying.
Grand Rising Mission.
When him bust that.
Hold on, Imara. I think we've been joined by Michelle. Just a sec. Michelle, you available or you on the job? Because I know you're multitasking.
I am available. I can talk.
All right, mute your phone. Right. Imara is on the platform making a proper statement. Grand Rising. Yes, Imara.
So when Big Stone and Canbogle used to be in a movement together.
Mm-hmm.
See? And if you don't know if you not pay attention, there are certain things where I and I see and understand. When him bust that, that bust a bubble right there, so King.
Wait, hold on. When you say the revelation of Paul Bogle and Sam Sharp bust a bubble for who? For the people who get the story wrong?
No, not the people who get the story wrong. Not the people who get the story wrong. You see?
No, but the only thing he said was that Paul Bogle and Sam Sharp was a ass kisser, and both of them there were two turncoat who, after the Queen now refused to compensate them for the atrocity that they were involved with. They asked for the support of the Maroons, and the Maroons so we're not in them thing because we look out for phone. And this is what people must understand. They as you say, in Jamaica, we have no disrespect to the corporation. What they have purposely done is rape our mothers and sisters and bring forth a lot of inbreed people who do not see the side of the Maroon indigenous rights, but they see the side of the rapists. And we have to talk it up because people like Butch Stewart and these Issa and these people, some of these people come and purposely slept with our sisters and mothers and grandmothers and in accordions and bring forth the Roberts as we have seen them. And these things give the people them legality to take away our rights.
Okay, Bridget, go and finish the story.
This is the thing I was talking about, You see, I just said to the eye a while ago, and we have to discipline ourselves that we are. I just said to the eye a while ago, pertaining to just hear out something before you butt in. You just gone off on another thing about Butch Stewart. We're not dead as okay. We pay attention to these people.
We are trying to establishing the fact that Paul Bogle and Sam Sharp was not as how we are seeing them. They're not hero.
The rascals are not the film started, Bridget.
Well, but that's what we need to get to.
Where I say?
Isn't that what we need to get to right now?
Then we not already established that. From you guys, we have already established that, So why you have to go right again?
I am talking this morning because right now we have a Rastaman, 68 people. His throat has been slashed.
Don't get too emotional.
It's not emotional. It's real, my lord. Real. This is not because it not happen to you or me personally. Me say never. Yes, I.
Let me say this to you.
Yes, I.
Every one of I and I people. Me not talk about Rastology alone.
Me talk about Tabitha.
There is man. Listen me, man. There is no special life, me lion. There is no special life. Every one of my brothers and sisters who me realize they lose them lives because they are trapped in the system.
Yeah.
It hurt me to the core.
Yes, sir.
See? So me I'm not special.
Well, wrap up. When you say, my lad, you jump on pillar to post when me done.
No, but you
Mark say one year where I say. Mark say one year the final sentence.
No, but if you continue to disrupt and interrupt, how me go and finish?
Because you keep. My lad, a conversation consists of two persons, not one.
No, but you must. But when we in a group, brethren,
yes,
you give a man the floor.
Yeah, that's why you have you. That's why you. Irama.
Allow the person to complete in point. If you have, hear me now, Lion.
Yes,
all right, hear me now.
Yes,
hear me now.
Yes, sir.
Allow the person. See, these are proper practices, brethren. If you have a point to make, you write it down. You jot it down. Me hear Imara say something me so. Me go ask.
We are talking about the death of the Rastaman. If you don't have nothing more to say, my lad, mute your phone because you just have go around.
All right.
Yes, sir.
The death of which Rastaman? I'm behind time right now.
They have cut the throat of one of our elders that has definitely played a big role, Rastology. And I'm not talking about just Rastology alone. I'm talking the fact that this sort of action is becoming a common, it's becoming a norm right now. And it no look good, it no feel good. If somebody, he put out a link when it comes on to, you know, how the man deal with them for deal with, and he was talking about history and he got dealt with. Michelle, you there?
Oh yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I can't deal with Imara sometimes. Imara just carry me one long thing and I can't deal with that. It's a program I run. I run a program, Willie. I can't deal with it, Willie. But yeah. But you what's your take on it, Michelle? We're having a spur now where we don't have respect for each other in no way, shape, or form. Not even old people don't get any respect anymore.
Yeah, well, we know that already. But what happened? I don't know about the Ross way get him short cut. I don't know about that.
He's a maroon, you know, and he always advocate for maroon sovereignty. And he was living in St. Thomas, and you know, he did an interview, and you know, the interview wasn't even put out as what the person said. Big Stone say, I'm gonna try to get Big Stone, and you know, somebody went see it fit to disrespect the pattern.
Okay. They didn't know that we don't have no respect already. Them not have no respect already.
Yeah, but it has to have.
No respect is there.
Yeah, that's awesome respect. You look come and say, yeah, no respect, no did it. But is it a lack of respect? I asked Willie, what are some of the solutions that we can come to the table? And I told Willie my part of it, as far as, you know, being true to ourselves. We have to be true to ourselves. I think a lot of people want to play games until something happens. Do we have time for that, Michelle?
No, we don't have no time for that. I'll have some niece and some nephews there where are grown folks, so when you try to talk to them about it, them no want to hear nothing either.
It's just there.
My niece just come from Jamaica and she don't want to hear nothing either.
She don't want to hear nothing about no sovereignty and no.
Yeah, them don't know about them things. It's like they talk some foreign language to them.
Why is that so, Willie? Why do people don't want to hear about it?
I just don't know.
Why they don't want to hear about it?
Yes, sir.
Because they're doing brain program over their lifetime to just know one way. Because remember up to there that I told you that these things are new to me. Because if you don't have education, people are gonna be just led one way. We all are a part of a system, you know. And a man just is a fool to what he doesn't know. When you're in the dark, you're just in the dark. And when you come into the light, then you realize, wait, right, the devil never knows the light around the corner. So you cannot blame people for being in the dark because it's a part of the system that we have grown up into. Right? But when the light comes, you have to embrace the light. That's the difference, and that's what I'm saying. Education is the most important thing in this fight. You know, I keep on saying to people, you know, this is war. It is and as the little clip where you just played earlier in the introduction. Yes. We are at war. It's a dangerous time in the world. It's a very dangerous time, and these days, people's life is valued nothing. It is not just your friend there, casualty of the war. There have been a lot of people who even came out against the vaccine. Ladies, women, men have died. Simple. They just disappear, or they're assassinated. Yeah. So if you are in a war, you're going to have casualties of the war. But the question is, how do you fight? And do you fight on or do you give up? What do you do? See, Ukraine is a perfect example. Russia is the big bad wolf, and yet Ukraine is the David and Goliath. But David they fight same way. You know, Russia just issued something to say surrender or you're not going to die. But to 2,500 soldiers in Mariupol, what are they going to do? They said they'd rather die. They're not surrendering. So it's war, my friend. The Maroon versus the government in Jamaica is war. Ukraine, Canada, against the government and the vaccine is war. And the question is, what are you going to do? Are you going to just say, you know what, on a big bad army, may just surrender? Or you know, go be like the Japanese, them say, we are going to just fight to the death unless you drop a nuclear bomb. So it's war. What do you expect? You understand? There's no joking thing. There's no easy solution or easy answers to what is happening in the world.
I think that it's the war that we are looking for, as far as, you know, with the Maroons. The reason why, you know, we're in a situation is if this is truthful, Willie, that a road was supposed to run highway whatsoever 1,000 this one is going to call. We are seeing in the Corporation of Jamaica that the minerals are being taken out of the country by China under the auspices that they are building roads. You build roads, Willie, and you blow up mountain, take away all of these container load of soil. And what are we, some educated wannabe people? We're crying out for progress at any means necessary.
But there's two things in that side.
Yes.
There's always an option. Okay. Yes. In fairness to what is happening, Jamaica needs the development. It's a beautiful thing when the Chinese go there and they build a road. Yes, yeah? Yes. And and me and you, where we used to have a drive from Kingston to go Mandeville, and we take 2.5 hours. Now, 1 hour you're there. So it's a good thing. Right? But sometimes you have to give you have to give up something to get something. But the problem is, right? What what the Chinese is about conquering. It's about debt. Put your country in debt, and when you cannot pay, they make sure the debt is so big. And when you cannot pay the debt, they own the country. Yes. And the government has to put up guards against that and balance the thing. Because we need the roads, we need the development, but at the same time, not at the expense of the people. So what we need is those in charge to say we can to balance out the thing, because we need the development. I used to drive from Portland to through St. Thomas and to go Kingston. I mean, I tell you something, sir. It's like an abandoned area. Yeah? Willie,
yeah. I am not against development of that place called Jamaica. What I am simply saying is that here we are going where a man was murdered, and it's expected that is because he made a stance that he's not going to give up the heritage of his people. Now, a road, I see China build road under the sea, no, my lord. I see China build bridge in the sky, no, my lord. So, you see, these arguments about development is all good. The next thing is, we've just done Highway 2000 and we're asking China for all the minerals that it scraped through the mountain to build these highways, and China cannot tell us where it is. We understand that the dust from the bauxite gets into cellular phone. It is full time for us. The structuring of our nation is not going to be something that we just oversee because of inclusion. Welcome.
I'm very familiar with the
welcome.
I'm very familiar with the bauxite, with what the minerals you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
I observed at 11 o'clock at night, China scooping all of the aggregate that they took out of that place has been going into their ships at the port in Ocho.
Thank you.
And guess what now? The stupidity of the government who negotiated these deals with these people.
Oh.
They have the best land that actually encompasses the Rowan River watershed.
Geographically.
How do you sell the watershed?
But Mark,
how do you sell the watershed?
Boy, I tell you, Mark, these people are using satellite to scan on the island. Yes, and then now the government is so dumb, or treat the people so damn dumb. Where these people come and get soil, don't pay for it, go and make a crap load of money out of it, and then we turn on and pay them for the next 20 years. If this is not buffoonery, but this is why they do these things to our people, because here is sure.
China has a habit. China has a habit of negotiating with governments.
Low vibration people
that are either corrupt or stupid. Unfortunately, we have a combination of both of that, because we have stupidity, we have corruption, and we have this blatant, inept governance. Okay, so it was disturbing for me to see, because I'm wondering why would they give up such prime land to these people, right? And on top of that,
one second. What's
happening now, people?
1 second.
Let me finish up. Let me finish up there. Let me finish up.
Show now, people.
Hold on.
What they also do? What they also do?
Finish up the show, Emperor. Finish up the show. Don't Yes.
As I'm saying.
Sorry, I can't.
As I was saying.
Yes, sir.
As I was saying, they're also producing and selling aggregate that they've mined from those areas, which will adversely impact our water source at some point. And without NEPA, because you don't know, NEPA is now under the jurisdiction of the Prime Minister as part of so-called development. How can you have the mongoose guard the hen house, Rasta? How can you have the environmental arm of the government completely under the control of the Prime Minister? So it's supposed to be an independent entity in the interest of Jamaicans to say you can't mine here because of so and so and so. They will override that and allow mining to go on in the areas that can give them money, but in the long term hurt Jamaica.
Yeah, that's why, Mark. Gaza, you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you something. You and I supposed to know by now. So Jamaica are one of the most corrupt and lawless countries on the planet. Yeah, what more challenge you to do?
The corporation of Jamaica is one of the most corrupt.
Well, that's what we're talking. Yeah, what more I said to you guys, since as you're a man with a voice and you're looking for a solution, you know, if I were you, what I would do, I would seek to have audience with the Prime Minister in a public forum to discuss this thing that is happening in Jamaica. What you just mentioned about them taking away the resources, because if they're signing something, you know, it's to say they're building road, whatever it is that they come across, right? Gold, silver, diamond, oil, anything.
I feel we. But the government, yo.
The corruption. Maybe when they were selling those things, the Chinese give them a big paycheck, you know, and say anything you get.
But hold on, and people who just joining us, I was trying to get the Emperor, because the Emperor is actually on location. What is happening is some people are being fooled by so-called inclusion of development. We need our development, but all right. It cannot continue where the corporation of Jamaica is taking the people of Jamaica for jackasses by letting us believing that these people are doing us a good deed. They're not doing us a good deed. Here lies a 68-year-old man that has been murdered by hooligans who, the argument on the road is that because of the place that is there and the government can't fulfill their contractual agreement with the outside people who actually come to rob us. Because they did it with Highway 2000, where all know we cannot find where the dirt is. Who get the soil?
So that's what I'm saying, guys. Why don't you seek a forum with the government?
The government,
exactly.
The government has the government. If seeking a forum with the government to hear what, Willie?
Have you ever? Hold on. What else is the solution? You're going to just talk about it. It's not going to change nothing. No. I would expose it.
Willie.
I would call them. Hold on a minute. I would call them up in your capacity as a concerned. As a concerned individual, and find out why are these things happening, and you would like a public forum. I would whether write him or call them, the office of the Prime Minister, to talk. Look, it's about time we just not just we among our one another talking. We need to seek audience with those big men, to challenge them publicly to say, why have you done such and such, and what can you understand me? That's what I would do. A solution.
Can I tell you something? You just said a while ago that Russia is at war. Let me tell you, Jamaica has been in a civil war from 1738 because of the corporation. From 1962, the corporation of Jamaica that work under the crown of the UK, the British Empire, has been carrying out a genocidal killing of our Maroon people. And everyone, down to Robert Nesta Marley, who tried to bring some form of civil overstanding to this barbaric corporation, has not been safe. So why I'm out here talking now is that the corporation can't threaten me with death and prison, you know. Because, listen me, I am 52 and I know point blank that, listen me, no weapon that form against our people shall prosper. And just like how they take out this Rasta man who's standing for his indigenous rights, he might become a martyr now, because I am going to spend the entire day to make a show about it. And it's going to be on record. And our people have to learn that we cannot take inclusion as something to say we win. We cannot do that. What the children are going to inherit, gentlemen and ladies.
So you're not taking me on? You're not taking up my suggestion?
The suggestion that I'm taking to the Corporation of Jamaica is that they need to adhere to what the Crown has signed to and refute from carrying out these barbaric activities on the indigenous people of the island.
So have you done this initiative of yet?
The only way to do that. The only way to do that.
Yes.
I said before, right? Mm-hmm. You have to form
Let me hear the man answer. What you say? Have you taken that initiative as yet, Baba?
We have given the Governor General full notice, and you've just seen the other day where the Emperor was on the ground, shoulder to shoulder with the grandchildren of the crown, and informing the globe, the earth. Because these people are not immune from you and I know. You may feel like, as I said to people, you may figure more or less that they are not paying us attention. But it's not for us to look at what if they are paying us attention. It's for us to lead. And this is what we're doing. We're leading. And we're leading in a sense where we're paving our own way forward. So when they come and say they finally so-called recognize you, Willie, who are smarter, it will not be at their advantage. It will be at your advantage.
Yeah, but you see, I think we are spending too much time in discussion. That's what Jamaica is known about. Too much talk. It's about something we have to take some action, my virgin. And over the years, as a youth, me living in Jamaica, over the years, all them do run it, tweets, you name it, Monty Perkins, then they sit down every day, Barbara Grudan, and they call in and they chat. Nothing changes. We need more than talk. We need action.
Don't ever disrespect the intellectual conversation that our people have brought forth to the floor. Willie. You know what I'm to you, Willie. You're too afraid of your ass self to admit that you need to talk more and do more. Because if you never told me, Willie, how old are you, Willie?
You're 57.
I am 52. So? And let me tell you, Willie, if you come out of your shell and did that talk for the last 30 or 40 years, or you not talk, no, Our people would have.
We have been talking forever.
Willie.
We don't love talk. Jamaica, hey, Gaza, in the police force. When I was at West Indies College, my president, one of the brightest man you can ever come across in Jamaica. They said, what can we do to change the police force? And the man go and give them one list of talk and one list of suggestion. As Jamaica change, we've been talking. We don't like talk. We lack action. We don't talk.
Well, let me say this big and serious. Our people suffer because of the lack of knowledge. And if you were talking enough, Bob Marley is one avenue, but there's several things out there that we are not seeing. And I'm simply saying that we have to make the decision that the way forward can be as how it's going. I just shed some light. Hold on. Did you ever have any concern about the minerals that are being leaving the island? Willie?
No.
So how did you hear about that?
Back up with talk, with action.
How did you hear? But how did you hear about that?
You just tell me.
Do you believe that several other people know of this information?
Possibly, yeah.
But how can you act on it?
We act on it by now we know.
Act on it by strategic means.
Yeah, but now we know that it is not. When you see Richard Curry was blocking the entrance, when you see LA was out there shouting wolf, when you hear Mr. Patterson Panihila say wolf, but all of us concerned with that like ostrich in our head in the ground. It's not my problem. But it is our problem. It is our problem. And I don't care if Willie is the one who get up and go on the hilltop go ball wolf. As long as 10 people can be saved by him shouting wolf. Make 10 more Willie go up there. But no, me not like say Willie. Yo, I am really concerned. But let me see if I get back the Emperor. Mark, any suggestions? Because
we know the Governor General, so if you want to talk to him, we can talk to him, but we need more than one man. We need the whole of it to go and have a meeting with the whole of them.
So hold on there. You know the Governor General. In what capacity is the Governor General working? Is he a friend of yours or a friend of the people? Or a servant of the people?
I don't understand the question. Is a man who we were working together as pastors in a conference, so I know him personally.
So the Maroon
until him left the ministry.
Yeah, but the Maroon have a genuine concern, and you have a buddy friendship with the Governor General, and you just let me know that. Let me say, get the Emperor on the line, because I have to let the Emperor know these. These are the kind of slackness that our people have to wake up from in the mark. It is we that have ourselves as prisoners, common prisoners, because guess what? The Cherry Garden Maroon don't like.
One man's voice, nothing. You need power in numbers. That's what the Bible said. There's power in numbers.
I agree. We need powers in numbers. But at the same time, if one cocoa full basket, we are at a junction where
you need a basket. We call it the cocoa them.
Yo, we have t-shirt. If your basket not work, Willie can't take off his shirt. You never got manga bullshit. Mark, you never go. Yo, let me tell you, we have too much excuse not to work. We have to work, gentlemen.
Well, I can tell you what worked for me, okay, and worked for us in the context of what I did.
Yes, sir.
And I've said it before, but I don't tell you strategy works. When we had the dust problem in Jamaica, the first thing I did was engage all the media about it. I engaged NEPA. When NEPA didn't respond, I called for NEPA's head to be fired on the air on Mutty Perkins. After that conversation, the man showed up on my yard and said, boss, why you want me to get fired from? I said, because you know how to do your work. So what happened was that they were embarrassed. Al Jazeera picked up my conversation. They came to Jamaica, interviewed me about the bauxite dust problem in Mandeville, on the Mud Lake by Windalco. Mm-hmm. The government was embarrassed into compliance, which led to me having a meeting with the entire bauxite heads of bauxite companies in Parliament. they were then forced to put sprinklers on the mud lake. So what I'm saying, and this is one person, I know the brethren talk about in numbers. Numbers are good, but numbers without a proper strategy is not going to get you anywhere. So we need to focus, like I said to you before earlier in the conversation, less and less on what we know the problem to be. A lot of people, there's enough people that know what the problems are for us to move forward in, like the gentleman mentioned, having a meeting with the people that are run the country today. And in addition to that, develop our little system that allows us to lead. Because if we're leading this thing, we're not going to have the problems we're now experiencing. So we have to lead. That is where folks need to be, which is why we started the UIC. The UIC is an umbrella for any Jamaican to run in any constituency. We don't tell people who must run in a freedom constituency. And if the president gets elected, he has to have people in his portfolio that are validated by the 14 parish managers. So you can't bring a man into mining when he is a clerk or whatever. You have to bring a person in there that is an expert in their portfolio. Which if we had that in place, they would have put stipulations in place that would not allow China to build the road, take the aggregate, and continue to mine in areas that is supposedly bought from the corporation. So these are things that you need to think about in a very constructive and a comprehensive way. You can't just say, boy, we want this. Wishing for something doesn't make it happen. We have to put the process in place, and the process starts with education and government, because at the end of the day, you might have your band with freedom and liberation out there leading, and there's nobody behind you because you're not educated to understand the plight of the problem.
Well, let me say this, because we have a lot of things on the table. We see where, as we talk about bauxite, we see this COVID money showing up big now. All the governments are going to have some money to give the people, and I am saying that tie into the bauxite situation. Here comes the UK with a gesture to get us back in line. Is anybody seeing what the UK is doing right now as far as pertaining to the 54 Commonwealth countries, as far as giving them aids so they can trade with them better for their own benefits?
Yeah. Hey, when you talk about that money giveaway, recently the government in Canada, the provincial government, they send back all the money that people pay to license their vehicle. I got my check, get back my money that I had spent. And look here, but you see, this is the problem. We are, as human beings, they know that we have short-term memory. Look at how they just deal with us the other day. But now they're sending little things, little money, little this, little that, for sweet way up, because it's election time. And this is how they manipulate the food and the plantation. Yeah. And we always fall for it. I remember when I was in Jamaica, every time it near, why you think the PNP did stay in power for 18 years? Every time it crossed the election, PJ parties just use a strategy and make something free. And make people get focused up, and they say, yeah, they go vote back PJ. Because no, they manipulate this. That's why govern mean to control, meant mean the mind. It's a mind control thing we're up against. So all this giving back, whatever, it's just they want us to forget what they just put us through.
And sometimes they take from us illegally and give us back our own money. But of course, and we feel say, boy, they might do good things like a thief from you and I give back little away.
Yes, I mean, you very freedom that them thief the other day, and them claim say you get it back, but they keep back some. Your freedom, them thief, your freedom never give to by them, The government can't give freedom,
Yeah, which is exactly why we marched. But I told Joseph Patterson, don't go down up God knows, because he have the numbers for ground there. But he wouldn't listen. And go down and lock him up. Me marching on Mandeville now, me march at the other location then, but hey, you gotta fight smart, bro. You have to fight smart, and you have to understand that the government have the resources to fool people. People still today, I had a discussion yesterday with some people at my house, and people still feel today that only the unvaccinated are carriers of COVID, which is an argument they use to make you sound like you're a selfish person. You don't care about nobody. When the other day, some people go on a ship fully vaccinated and the numbers were rising. And everybody on the ship was fully vaccinated, so them full of shit. So we have to be educated to be able to have.
By the way, have you been traveling during the COVID time?
Yeah, man. No. I will see. Here's the thing, right? When I came to America, you know, we don't really get the citizenship thing. I'm going to talk about over 30 odd years, you know, almost 40 years. I'm still a resident.
Yeah.
But I could travel as a green card holder. You understand? When I was in Jamaica and them do the lockdown, me still drive. Stop me, and I want to tell you a joke. A police stopped me the other day when I was doing the lockdown time. I say, yo, boss. He say, where you go? I say, I'm a maroon and I'm going to get my vaccination. But I said it as a joke.
Yeah.
The maroon parting was not joke still, but it is so inconsistent with maroon getting vaccinated that him laugh.
Yeah.
I said, man, go about your business, man. Go about your business. You know?
So there you see that our people are subliminally aware of what's happening. Gentlemen, I want to shift the course because I have 28 more minutes, and you know, we're gonna wrap up what we're supposed to wrap up here. For those who are joining us online, you're listening to the International Grand Rising Show, and we're touching base with Mark Renaissance right now, and Willie got out of Canada. Michelle is also in the building, and you know, we're gonna get one more personnel. But before I do that, the IMF established funds to aid Caribbean countries with long-term COVID climate changes. These criminals have some wording that you would never believe. Listen what the word, you know. The International Monetary Fund. Now this is the place that come. I just offer Willie nearly $10 million mark for him house. I tell him, Willie, I go and put the money in your account digitally. Willie say yes. I say, Willie, send over the paper, come give me. No. And you go and get the money. Willie say, if you're from me, it no worth nothing. But if the IMF call Willie right now, Willie would have sent over a paper. Why, Mark, why does our people believe that the fraud so much more than ourselves, Mark?
You see, me and you can't print money legally.
But I'm not printing money. I'm not printing money. I'm giving you digital money, Willie.
Where you gonna get $10 million from? Yourself, John?
I can go on my computer right now and put in a 10 million figure and WhatsApp it to you. Hold on, I can WhatsApp it to you right now, you know. And that IMF is doing the same thing, and you're gonna tell the IMF
what is it backed by? What is it backed by?
What is the IMF backed by?
No, them backed by the government. Them sanction it and them say yes, it's legal. When if me ever print some money now and say yes, it's legal, you find your ass in prison. That's the difference.
So hold on. So look for the trickery now. The IMF can give you $1 million tonight, and tomorrow if you say kiss me ass, then can just rub you out, don't.
Of course, because they power, you don't.
No, it's not that. You know, Willie is a mind definition. Because I'm telling you, this is what me want with people know. Say, you see, virtual world right now. Mark Zuckerberg of Meta, and people are sitting in homes now in front of their computer, and them are interact with the Meta like it's a real person. If you thump the emoji, the person that say, yo, it hurts. You see how messed up, we are. First them come and tell you that paper dollars have value. Now they're going to tell you that your mind thinking about a figure of value.
Yeah, but that's the reality that we all are under, whether you believe it, whether you want to accept it or not. If I go on a computer and I make up a dollar with all the queen on it or whatever, and I put that out there and take it to a shop and they call the police, it's called counterfeit, it's called prison work. If the government does it, they have legitimized the counterfeit, they have legitimized the fake.
So hold on. They have taken away your rights.
The difference is they have the power to imprison me. And they have the
no, they do not, Willie.
Well, so far they have.
Willie.
Here's the issue again. And it comes right back to power. When the government does something that you don't like,
God.
They have the authority based on the elected votes that they got, based on the so-called majority, to act on your behalf. So we have to be careful of who we vote for and how we vote. If we do not change a system that allows the best of our country to lead us, we will constantly be in this back and forth foolishness.
I want to differ, Mark. I want to differ because we elect persons who have allegiance to a club or a corporation that employ them. Because the minute
we elect somebody that has been selected,
whether been selected or elected, but what I'm simply saying is that this person that you're putting up for a leadership role have an individual purpose, but he is being brought into a club, and the clubs have rules and regulation. So no matter how you go out there and run and get selected or elected, you're nothing more than a hot seat in the club. Because the club...
Yeah, not in the context of the UIC's UIC government. That's not the UIC.
Don't go in there say no, Mark. Because I tell you already, say, as long as the UIC is registered under the corporation of Jamaica, it is nothing more than a subject and a property of the
You
crowd.
cannot get into power in Jamaica unless you fight the system in the way.
No, you cannot get into power. You cannot get into power by inclusion of a nastiness and expect to come out clean.
No. Hold on there. A pig with a bullfrog in a tuxedo is still a bullfrog. Okay, so don't. So that not change.
Agree.
If you go in there as a person of integrity and with a plan in mind to help your country and help people realize the truth. Nothing's going to change that person. Michael
Manley was the son of Norman Manley, who went up as a...
And guess what? Him go against the grain. And they got rid of him.
And against the grain, Michael go against. Michael went against his father's bloodline. Because when Norman Manley and Bustamante went to speak to the crown to become their servant, they weren't maroons of full blood. They're half-breed, outcasts.
Okay, I got that.
Hold on. And there lies the allegiance to the Caucasian race. So therefore, when Michael realized that this dolly house that my daddy has put these good royal bloodline people in, he tried to reverse the curse of his father's bloodline. But it was way gone because his father is a rape victim. And we have respect for all these people who get up every day and say, yes, Jamaica. But Jamaica has been chained around the indigenous people's neck from 1962. How can
we got all of that, Bridget. All we need now, that the Bridget says, some solution thing now. How can we focus on solving that problem? And I said to you right now. What I just said to you right now, right? Like I said, we've been talking since 61. What I'm saying to you right now is that the UIC has offered a platform for any Jamaican to represent their parish. All the UIC does is give you a platform, We're not tell you if you run the brethren. So all we do is make sure that you're a man, you're a thief, and you have a man of good moral character. That's how we are dealing with. So what I'm saying,
yes.
So if you want to change all this foolishness, you see,
yes.
I suggest you use your radio platform to help us interview other candidates for other parishes, because we have more candidates. We have more, but we need other candidates.
Mark. Let me tell you something, my brethren. I respect the noble cause that you're doing, but let me tell you something. Jamaica people have been so sold out to the two-party system that if it's a third party you're saying that you're going to start, trust me, it has been tried and it has failed over and over again. And you
but guess what? Push on that. Hold on.
The new beginning. All of them, even Bruce Golden, who is a part of the service.
But he came from the same system. The people that run the US came from the government integration.
Never, not even one of them win a seat. That was the only Bruce Golden that win a seat.
Well, guess what? You are down. No, hold on, Virgin. You sound like a defeatist. I will not adhere to what you are trying to say. Hold on. I don't care about history. We make history, Brethren. Let me tell you something, Mr. Brethren. If I listen to you and your kind of talk, I would not have had sprinklers on the mud lake. I would not have had anybody come listen to a man. No. I don't care about that. Listen. I do not believe in the word can't. Do you understand me where I come from, Virgin? We don't believe in a can't. See? So if tell me impossible, I want to go to my grave knowing that me in a dispensation now try to do what me can do. Me now go sit down and listen and say, boy, this not work. Me and Bruce Golden, listen.
When I leave about to vote for, I do not vote for Labour, the whole on the dead, and I'll get to know, oh, shut up. When they come to vote, when they are 14, them say, come, you have a vote.
Hold on.
You have a vote. I have a vote to PhD.
Mark and Willie. Gentlemen, Lions. Hold on. Lions, can I get the floor for a minute, Lions? Can we are rural? As I said before, I interrupt the Emperor today because of the killing of Rastology, and he has been on location. Mark the Renaissance man is here, Willie from Canada is here, Michelle from Florida is here, and Strong Lions from representing the Atlantis island of Bahamas is here. Emperor L.L. Lewis, Grand Rising, are you still on location in St. Thomas?
No, we're back in Ashanti town, otherwise known as Kingston now. We do some planning for get together a fast 9 night for the chief and him wife, where them killing and them sleep, just for destroy the Chief Finger Jack monument and put a road over the monument and lit down the wall of the house and everything out there, or historical artifacts, which right now we don't see the UIC governments them defend it, now them defend nothing that is against human rights so far. So we wonder if the UIC is a part of the system to distract the people them. We don't see none of the chief them of the Maroon village, which we did already know said the 4 Maroon village was the one who the leaders at the time get paid from the British for help to kill off the other Maroon leaders them. So we want to know if it's the same thing right now. I would also say the Rastafari rising up against this thing because the other day we rise up when them trim Nzinga. Now this is bigger than trim Nzinga, and this is no secret, which Mark himself know about this Chief Finger Jack monument himself too, as well as I send the leader of the UIC a message this morning on his personal phone number, and him don't get back to me until now. Same like the other day when Babsy Grange did assault me, I got it to him and asked him, said, if him now go make a speech about human rights, him tell me, said, if...
Mute your phone, people, mute your phones. Yes. Continue, Emperor.
Him tell me, say, Joseph Patterson tell me personally, say, I'm still have the text also, I'm also text, but I said, him can't talk for me unless I vote for the UIC, which no voting now start yet, so I don't know what you mean by that.
Hold on, Emperor, I don't mean to interject. Mr. Patterson, I'm trying to get him also, because he's having major development, and his instruction to you is to get his support, you have to register to vote for the UIC or bring your government under his portfolio.
Yes, which is that right? And you can call him and me and him can talk. I'm having straight number. We can give straight number now if you don't have it.
Yeah, man, I've been calling his straight number. But Mark is here representing.
Yeah, let me say this.
No.
Let me say this.
Hold on, Mark. Make a talk, Mark. Make a talk. I just want to finish my speech before I was cut by His Excellency Goddard. No. This is a violation of sovereign rights. And if the corporation can get away with this, and see them go kick down the other chief door there in Portland yesterday, kick off him door, intimidate him too. You understand? And as I say, them and Curry kick off through the money they was shipped right. Now Andrew only sent for buy 100 tanker, and plus them send go buy the Iraqian Scud missile dirt trail truck them, which them launched the other day for national TV. So why are you buying Scud missile trucks we're going to use in an Iraqian war, and why are you buying 100 tanker we don't need man for drive? And why you buy warship in name Nanny of the Maroon them call a warship?
Yes,
that's if them use that now. The people remember say Nanny of the warship Maroon, the younger generation them bomb them out. So why are Andrew Wallace buying up all these things, and why I'm going to Kamala Harris and the US Prime Minister the other day? And why are they trying to turn the island into a democratical island when the island is already a sovereign island to a bigger republic? Because in 1738 the treaty was signed. So that's why when them said Jamaica get independence, Queen Elizabeth never come down. Because Queen Elizabeth could never come down to our island to come say independence when she know said we the Maroons them, which Mark is a Maroon, you is a Maroon, and everybody on this program is a Maroon, but the Maroon of Atlantis, aka Exameka, in 1738 signed the treaty, because remember we were warring with the British, the French, and the Dutch and the Spanish for over 50 years. And if Mark got college like I'm got college, which me know him got college, because I have to apply college graduate for the program now. We all know say in war crime, if you war a country for over 50 years, you can be brought in front of the Royal Court for the answered to war crimes. So what Kodjo did and none of them did was cease the war for the 50-year war, because the UK and the Dutch them could have bring them because we were winning the war. And we wasn't stopping. So we seized the war now, and then we continue the war after the first 3-5 years. I will start back the war again for 40 odd years. So 14, 15, 90 something years the war lasts between we and the British, them, the Dutch and the French, until they have come bow down and ball for peace.
Hold on, Emperor.
You understand? So
Emperor, Mark wanted to defend, not defend, he wanted to...
Got it, so that alone I like with you, and I'm telling you already every time I finish a conversation, they also cut me for bringing somebody else. Everybody will get them chance to talk, man, make us do it like diplomats, man. Mark got college, said no, so when time a lecture is on, you left the man on the podium for talk, and then after that everybody's write down them notes and know what they're going to say. When they come to the conclusion now, family.
Alright, King.
And this is not a debate with the pan now, but in case it's going to be a debate, everybody just listen what the Empress said, man.
Alright.
And for everyone our best benefits I'm talking now. So just cool off for that and get it once in your life, man. So you have to stop that, man. But just to tell you. So watch out that, Mark. I'm done talk now, Mark, and then you're going to make you come in for defend your Prime Minister. So now, but we just want everybody to know what's going on. That's when we done talk, I have to talk again.
Alright, go on.
Now, the land now belongs to We the Maroons. That's why the peace treaty where you hear them talk about, me tell everybody in England, so go fit to England. You have never seen that peace treaty for your band, none of you know. Because the original one signed with blood, you understand, and with fingerprint. That the two esquires, these are them tell the esquires, it was called lawyer. So them change it from esquire now to lawyer. The two lawyer care about the peace treaty them in England go put on. Because them could afford for the peace treaty there, because we that know said we wouldn't have the governor general and them thing there. So Ghanaians would come over here and take him rightful position, and England and America rightfully belong to us because we were the one who signed a land lease. So that's why now I'm gonna make Mark talk, but the reason why Mark done the conversation to make Mark know said what him and Patterson do is pure bullcrap. Because now you will never have an election in this history again. Whether Andrew win or we win. Because if we win now, Gadites, the land will go back to a sovereign. So we can pick a prime minister and say, all right, he's the prime minister for the country, whether Andrew or Patterson. Yeah. Because the country have to go back now underneath a thing called royalty. That's why I'm going to go on the court. That's me make Mark understand everything before him talk. You understand? So now, and if now Andrew won this now, for successful with him corrupted and wicked plan, what am I do? To turn the island into a republic, it's gotta be a one-man show, but we and them is gotta be at war. But people like Patterson and anybody else who say they want to start a government, it is next to impossible. Because once you start a democratic a republic government, it will go be said there's a one-man show, so there will be no more PMP and no more labor right. You understand? Okay. So Andrew Willis can call the new party whatever he want to call it. And my case there.
Okay, let me say something to you. First of all, it is improper for Mr. Patterson not to engage with any citizen or any person living in Jamaica if he intends to represent them, right? I'll have to talk about that. I believe in the context of what you said, that was wrong. That is coercion and bribery. If somebody is saying that I will take on your cause if you vote for me, that's bullshit. So I cannot comment it because I haven't spoken to him. I don't know in the context of what he's talking about, but that's my opinion. Okay. Secondly, if you're trying to lead your people, the first thing you must do is to get their support. All right? You have to get the support of the people you're trying to lead. The UIC has been transparent enough. We have said on many occasions that we will not decide who is going to lead your constituency. The people in your own constituency, the person who wants to lead will have to get their 500 nominations and the support of the people that they want to lead. All the UIC does is provide an umbrella for them to lead their people. As it relates to the president of the UIC, if we have a republic, it means that anybody, including you, Emperor, can seek leadership for Jamaica
through the UIC.
And if you no, is UIC or not?
Okay.
But I'm saying to you, in the UIC, if you want to run as an independent, you're welcome to do so. And if you have the votes, then you will have the support of the Jamaican people. As it relates to governance, if Mr. Patterson is successful as being in the president of the United Independence Congress, if he puts together persons that he believes are fit to run in each portfolio, he can only suggest. They will have to be validated by the 14 parish managers that are elected by the people of Jamaica. We don't need all these different political parties. UIC is only a party in the context of getting elected. Once we're elected, we don't believe in political power. We believe in individual representation, because party is about your followers and who follow you, and not about the rest of Jamaica. We believe that full representation is when all Jamaicans come under one umbrella, an umbrella which is a process to get people elected. Okay. We don't need a party. We don't need a party to get people elected. We don't need that. All you do is print a whole bunch of t-shirt and give man corrugated food and all kind of thing, and coercion and payoffs to get votes. We don't need that. So once the party is gone, then we'll have representation like what we had in Africa, pretty much close. Because guess what? Only persons of respect can lead any tribe in Africa. So we don't need opposition. Opposition is when it's time to look for a new leader. Who won't oppose the leader now? Him put him out the ring, and if him win, him win. If him don't win, you go home. Till the next time for the next election.
Senator, I don't want to cut in too much, but I have 2 points me have to ask pertaining to you and the Emperor, seeing that we have on the said platform. The first one is you have an initiative that is going on right now named the Farmers Party. The Emperor has been farming for over a couple years now through the Maroon government. Is there a possibility for you and the Emperor to work outside of the affiliation with the UIC, or if it must be a UIC initiative and a Maroon government initiative?
First of all, I already told you that the Farmers Party or the farmers get together to discuss how to move forward in the context of what we're trying to do in terms of overseas shipping overseas, chemical, getting the right chemicals that are good for our bodies. I mean, ones that are natural planting without chemicals. All those discussions are completely outside of the context of the political movement. Okay, if the people are galvanized through a common cause of healthy lifestyle and self-reliance, government becomes irrelevant, really. So I'm not doing this on behalf of the UIC. This is a Mark Cameron initiative trying to help the farmers in Jamaica.
All right, seeing that it's a Mark Cameron initiative, what I want to ask the Emperor, is the Maroon government willing to work with a Mark Renaissance initiative as to empowering more people into farming? I know that question is quite simple because you've been doing it for a while, Emperor.
I would let Mark answer that, you know. I already sit at Mark yard. Pick off Mark, peer them off for M3, you understand? And pick off Mark flowers and everything out of him yard and carry back a Kingston and plant up some of them. So I already tell Mark, said long time, said make we unite together and do the whole thing. Now we have a thing what we call small farmers funding, holding farmers up to $100,000 and to start them farming. And plus we did do farming at Scotsall. Now we have how much 100 acres of land out of St. Thomas. So if Mark is ready, we have idle lands right now where we have no hands for them. You understand? So this thing is even bigger than the Emperor. This thing take a unity.
I love it.
So what happen now? So if Mark's serious now, like I'm telling him in front of him yard, what wasn't on the TV or the radio. Now this is the Godhead show of millions of viewers worldwide. I may tell him again. So Mark, this is bigger than me and you. Come make we unite together. We are ready. Well, I'm done my speech, no man. I'm agreeing with you, brother. So well, no man. So we already have over $1 million for that month here for going a farming program. We have over 1 million Jamaican dollars. I don't want to people believe a US dollar. Yes, I'm gonna come in say. So if you ready, me ready like today or tomorrow to make me go up on any piece of land where you have our videotape it and you show us say this is about a land. We'll go 500,000 ackee seed and we'll go how much yam head and them thing there. You understand? So we ready for that. And then if you have money now, what you ready for put in a land project? Because I believe in, and God, we are at the Maroon global government believing we have to do the thing with self. Without no hinder from nobody. So nobody can say the Emperor go to even the United Nations for that grant funding that we more than can send for. You understand? So we believe in, that's why I was showing Curry say, see that Curry, I never saw me fund you for going to your party. And I will still have the $2 million in the bank for finish up the dam for down our compound, for stroke the water, which guy says he will start the project there. You understand? So Mark, we beg you please reach out the Olive Branch live pan over 1 million people on Godhead short because in case you never know, we live pan the ear. So we're ready for unite. Me already have land. whole heap of land. What you know already?
I think Mark is
You
ready.
already have some land already.
Mark.
Well, I don't think Mark is ready. Mark already make the proposal and he never make a step. So let me see if he's gonna make the step now. Show it up on the TV.
No, hold on there. Let me say this to you, right? The first event is going to be in Westmoreland, okay, at Sweet River. That's the first event.
Yeah, wait a bit. And Maroon Land and Westmoreland. Wow.
Westmoreland there.
Hold on. So I've already said to you what the basis on which we're doing this for the first time. The first initiative that we're doing is to galvanize people into thinking about farming and how the importance of farming. It also has an entertainment component to it, because you know some people, they're not going nowhere unless there's some kind of vibes are going. So we are planting. We are playing music and we're cooking and we're having healers. We're going to have people talking about the event, talking about the importance of farming, sustainable farming. And we're also going to move from there to other locations. This location has a river. The river allows us to have some chill time where it will encourage people to come and have fun with us, and at the same time in a nice working environment. We are willing to work with everybody. We are not, like you said, it's bigger than me and you. You know, so if you want to come on board with what we have going on, I welcome that, because we need everybody on board to do it. You know, right now we have 5 farmers signed up who are already farming but need a little bit of help. So if we have land that is already prepared and need help to plant and that kind of thing, we can move from there into other areas. I spoke to a young lady yesterday.
What's the financial and economical status towards it?
Hold on, I spoke to a young lady yesterday, right, who have the money to put towards, and she said, Mark, I don't really want to go down rope and digging and things. She said, if you dig a hole for me go pay me 25 grand, put the thing in the hole and cover it up, take our shirt and have a good time. And there are people like that. So we have to bring everybody involved. There's some people who want to do extensive work at that event. So there'll be a time and place for everybody. And it depends on the amount of work you want to do, or the amount of contribution you want to make to other farmers. It's really a piggyback, you know. As you know, hold on there, one last thing. As you know, we had a very successful race yesterday with our under 20 girls, where they broke the world record for under 20. All right? That baton has to leave from the lead off to the final person goes across that thing. Every step of the way requires help from all elements. We cannot get to the finish line if I don't pass off that baton to somebody else, take it to another level. And we have to think like that. We have to think collective. All of those athletes benefited from a collective approach to that race. Yeah. And we have to do the same as it relates to farming and this venture. We all have to be on board. If we're not all on board now, what happen? The man who is distributing your product. Go ahead.
I said that we're cutting on time, but I have 2 questions for the Emperor. Before we answer this question, because I have to cut into some more entertainment news, we're out there. Is there anybody on the panel who want to ask the Emperor a question before I go any further?
Yeah, me.
Alright.
Big up yourself, Emperor. Big up yourself.
Greetings, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, man. So, regarding where we started out this discussion about that gentleman that was slain, so that they can Rastology, so that they can get his land and run road through his land. What is the Emperor and his people doing to see that this investigation is carried out, not by the corporation, because they always investigate themselves, but so we want to know what are you doing as the Emperor to get some answers so that this thing does not keep recurring and so that people are brought to justice. That's my question.
All right, well, we got the Meringue investigation team on it. Yes, and we got 2 different Maroon investigation team what was always working. Yes, and because we tell say we do things So we were the one who, a matter of fact, we are the one who is even feeding the police with our information, because we're working giantly. Because as I said, the militaries and the police have to turn over back to us. Yes, and the conscious, the doctors and everybody have turned over back to us, because that was the deal in the treaty from day one. That's why I was telling Mark, Mark said that only do it the hard way, do it the easy way. Only come unite with the Maroon sovereign royal government. Because that is what Andrew Wallace is doing now. They're praising the united sovereign England government. You understand? So, and if Mark them even forgot in a power now underneath the crown, they're gonna be still praising a fake Queen Elizabeth Roman Catholic government. So we have the Meringue now investigation team investigating. So if you watch my program LA Lewis 7, you will see yesterday we go down there with the police them. We dig up, we take pictures, all kind of thing. Yes, and we already stop the road. So, cause them didn't start the road a day after them dead. So if you notice, we not the Jamaican government, cause until now no politician come. We stop the road. Yes, and them can't move one step further right now. And even them kill me tomorrow and kill the other 100 high priests. We go the tomorrow now Wednesday. And go keep a function theme on the same spot there. So them can't move one bulldozer. That to show the powers of the Maroon government. But because people like Mark, them is still living in an illusion and still not doing what their mother pay them for go to school, for go learn. So him with a big PhD and is moving like him is a dunce. No disrespect to Mark, Mark is my brother. But if you have a big PhD where you can go do your due diligence and go study, said a 1738 treaty is standing until today. So we did independence from, independence means so when you sign a peace treaty, you know. That is what independence means when you said a treaty means so you can't come from Milan and come give me and talk again. And then we were the one who grant England peace of the land, but over the years, all our people them come at Mark and practice them now, but want to do the one thing. So if a man come give them 20 billion and tell them say I'm gonna fund them party now, them take it willingly and go build the party underneath the colonial government said we instead of them come and work off of the treaty and say, listen Andrew, you're up now, but through them now go off to say them underneath a man like L.A. Lewis now, who them claims is an entertainer. You understand? Which is inevitable, because if them don't underneath me, they're going to underneath somebody else like me, because we already over 3.8 million of us who have the Maroon ID. The last time we checked that it was 3.8 million how much people take the Maroon ID, including yourself.
Yep, we're over the limit right now.
Alright, and Gaza is the high chief as well as is one of the man who control the America side of Morocco. You understand? So, this is a global thing. We have office all over the world. We don't need funding from nobody. We have fund ourselves straight, independent from day one. To God, I can tell you, I will refuse all of corruption funding. Mark them is still looking funding.
But what?
You understand? Because while Mark them is, hold on, Mark, make a talk. While Mark them is doing seminars to do farming, we are already doing farming. We already tell Mark, said Mark, unite with the seminars and make up put the seminars with what we have, because what we have 200 zillion times bigger than what we have. Put the seminars with what we have, because at the end of the day, we don't have straight up money for so they go farm. The Emperor and the Maroon them, we already have straight up money for farming already. We have lands already, but we need more money still enough. But what would I do now? If Mark them can find some local farmers now, we can fund them local farmers there. But we have some big land where the Emperor himself start funding it for farm them big much.
Okay, the farmers we have right now are pretty much funded. We're not looking for any money for the farmers. What we're trying to do is to encourage people to farm.
But those people they're encouraging to farm now don't have no money. That's what I'm telling. That's why we have $1 million when we give them $100,000.
Well, I understand that, but you have to first get the mind, capture the mind of the people. But them understand that what you're doing is something beneficial to them. We've been dumbed down over the years, where people believe that, boy, you know, me can't get my hand dirty and whatever, and it's pure bling deal or whatever. Let me tell you something. Food is survival. And if you look on how you become independent, you have to be able to feed yourself. So you don't have to beg nobody nothing. You know, say, all is going up to the world. I beg. He's a glorified beggar. He's begging people, and then when he go beg them now, them just take advantage of you.
That's why China. That's why China can mine. So them make highway while taking the dirt out.
And the land.
Them take all the dirt out of the country, and we still have to pay them 20 years after when these dirts are making cell phone, cars, airplane, microwaves. These are the kind of. But Emperor, before I go any further, you have been going through some very intimidation from the other day. First, it was the court, the corporation setting the court. First it was the minister, Mama Babsy Grange assaulting. Then the court. Then your car tire got slashed. Then we see a man the other day, the car get dent. And then there was a gunman who tried to pull off a stunt. Then now, Rastology has been taken out in a savage way because we said the Rast's throat was slashed.
No, forgot him wife. No, we thought it was because through the police will never make him go investigate. So the Maroon now, the Maroon priest are gonna find him now, lay down for him, checks out didn't throat get slashed. Yes. So him can tell me the story. But when we go find out now, a gunshot him getting him sleep and him wife now, cause him daughter go look on her. Fear she'd have no face cause them shoot her in her head back while she asleep. So the shot will touch her face. I would have them come on TV now as big state minister. When I hear Jovis Patista as big state minister, come and lick out against that, because that is not only even underneath sovereignty. That is something called human rights and diplomatic. Mark is a diplomat. Oh, sorry, Willie. But Mark is a diplomat right now. If you don't understand himself, that he's a diplomat.
Yes, sir.
So as a diplomat, so from one diplomat, another diplomat get knocked from another village. Yes. Every diplomat underneath protocol, because if this was in America, every diplomat from every side would have run come down at that site there. Including, God start leak out for it from day one, so he's doing it on a diplomatical.
Our flag has been lowered because this is a diplomat that has been assaulted.
So what is Mark doing as a diplomat? What is the UIC doing as a diplomat? As soon as a young diplomat
I'm trying to call Joseph, he's not taking up his phone. I don't know why.
Joseph will not take up your call.
I don't know why Joseph is behaving like a coward right now. As I said to Aymara a while ago, I am not pretending that we're not in a war. We're going to fight it strategically. But there comes a time when you have to draw the line. This man is 68-year-old, right? He's one of the one who came out with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, telling us about Three Finger Jack. The inspiration of this man have inspired the emperor. The emperor has become an emperor where the people work where do. And we have Tubby of the Mighty Diamonds got purposely took out the other day. And now we're understanding that another gruesome. Then what if Babsy Grange can assault the leader on national TV? These are the inspiration that these criminals are drawing from to go and kill the elders them.
Yes. So are there any suspect? My follow-up question.
The suspect them now who the Africa be now an investigation I forgot to put the Chinese them who build the road. Because you already know. We already going to put out $1 million reward. We're going to see if we get to the greener by tomorrow, because today's a holiday over here. So put out $1 million reward for find the trigger man them. But we already know the suspect them already is the politician them and the man them who and the Chinese them who build the road. Because if I watch the video, the road stop right at the monument. After them, one day after them kill the man, start move the bulldozer again. So we have to go out there now and put up a flag and them stop the bulldozer at the same time, and them start the road again behind the yard back on the other street. That means that the only thing was stand between the road is the monument and the chief house. Only thing was stand between it. And then now, the last time I checked when I was in college, and Mark can tell you because he's a college graduate like myself, out in the senior for me, you understand? He can tell us that there's nowhere in the world can no foreign government and no road company lick down a heritage site or tramp upon a heritage ground I lit down a monument for our future generation.
No, but the biggest pipeline that was running, the Dakota pipeline the other day, it was because it was tribal rights why it had to stop. Tribal rights, the people them said this is our burying ground, our ancestors. We have people who are buried out there. This is a community with the emperor assure we. But my thing is that if these things are being taken so slightly and the government ministers them feel like this is an isolated thing, if they can take out diplomats from the Maroon government, they will take out diplomats from the Jamaica government corporation too. The UIC.
No, them already start that already, man. Because you see them sacrifice Shane Robinson there. When me tell them, say them don't kill Shane Robinson. Because remember, some media the Freemason. And then now, if Mark not understand himself now, Mark and Patterson them now, if them checks say them secretly can go sign deal with these Caucasian or these reptilians. But then, I didn't say you sign. I said if you think deals might sign behind your back what you don't know in the Mark. Because I'm a Freemason, so me tell about them deal. What we the higher Freemason them to sign. What they know a Freemason them don't know nothing about. Yes, and I'm in the Mason long time before you, Mark. I'm in it from about 17, I know I'm 50. So me that one go before you. So watch out, me show you now. Really, if you're a Mason where you build your house or any kind of Mason, but then every Mason before you. So watch out go on now. You don't like to admit. So anyway, what am I showing you now, say? Patterson now, because remember, you know, the first march we're going in a Spanish town, and me send 10 to blacks and send 2 bus to our Maroon with the flag them. And enough people thought that Patterson was a Maroon affiliate. And then after them scoop up Patterson now, from that on the door deal one more march, and Patterson start go out with one bag of things till 1 and 2 people start jump out and saying fake and says that living on the constitution and things. So we know everything. And I call Patterson several occasions. A matter of fact, the lady what is funding Patterson from America, me and her the talk, and she said she was coming for a Maroon ID too. And then from that now, she and Patterson talk, she never call me again. See you understand? So
Mr. Patterson is a full-fledged Maroon, you know. Mr. Patterson is not a normal Maroon.
No, he's not. He tell a lie. For the God, me and him talk. Remember, I'm the emperor.
Yeah.
So Patterson was a full-fledged Maroon. Remember, you know, the first time Patterson see a Maroon flag was when I sent 10 to blacks and sent 2 bus load or Ras. Remember, we were the one who was dealing with the first march against the vaccine in the whole entire world. Not even Jamaica. The first time lock up one or kidnap one, I was the one who get kidnapped with 5 other Maroon with 2 lady, their daughter. So, what happened now? We said, all right, Patterson come on from board and I will see him look like him well up to date. So we do some more pass over the button and then put all of the Maroon for back him. But when I will find out the Patterson is not backing we and he's not you have a upfront meeting with the emperor. So that was the time now we tell what Maroon affiliates themselves to start move up and down with them. I can call the whole of the people who me send go back Patterson. You understand? I'm going to Mark House and Mark Castle. I'm tell this accountants to talk to Mark and even half of Mark and Mark. Come for your birth paper, your Maroon birth paper. Till Damien Crawford, one more deeper in the politics and Mark, come for him birth paper. And 2 more other deeper politicians come for them birth paper. And Bert Samuels now, who are one of the Jamaica biggest Queen's Council lawyer, having Maroon documents them. And I am offering was to give Mark it free.
Yes, sir.
And Mark right now, police can scoop up Mark off of the road today if he want to. And Mark even himself in the lockdown say, when him there come in, him tell the police, him say, yo, I'm a Maroon, and they went too fast.
Him just say it before you come on. Yo, Willie, you get your ID.
Yeah.
Strong Lion, you get your ID, because Michelle will get fear yet to know Emperor.
Yes, and to, well, I know, I know the art of the beat, you know, what's the God I talk, what are they? What are they when to make a talk now? Make a brush up God I, because I want with the Emperor, with the could I even wear people?
You know, say you go stand Willie a compliment your ID.
Yo, you never know about that.
We don't know about that. You have to talk to God.
On Facebook, you know, say I give me a compliment.
Willie. Strong arm the Emperor live for the program.
We can't recall. We can't recall.
Send me ID.
Yeah, I don't know.
But anyway,
yes, sir.
So what I want now?
Like, you know, you drink too much of the water.
No, man, we
can't recall. All right, Willie. But we could not talk about Gadites now.
Yeah.
And see that Gadites now is in the heart of the beast. And Gadites use him idea make the people look like fool. So if Mark now they were the headquarters and Mark still no one come from him ID even when we are half a market free of cost because we say Mark is very valuable to us. Come over. Alright, do you know said if Mark for come over from the Maroon government board right now in 200 zillion time powerful and him leader Patterson? Yes, and do you know if Patterson for say right come now, me take up my Maroon thing fully and I am the president. I am the president. For the Nyan Kepong Maroon government and LLUs is the emperor. People, they about a grants what artists could have sent for once we authorize him and give him the thing.
But Emperor,
United Nations have to give him grants.
Emperor, that is one of the reasons. The Prime Minister. That is one of the reasons why people are concerned, because you know if they can take out a diplomat like Rastology and Tabby Diamond from Diamonds. That means that you know we are. I remember when they took out Dirtsman
and them got all other guys man talk good man.
Yes, sir.
And send Colonel Pink as the first Maroon chief to get locked up for 1-2 months in a jail in a Christmas.
Yes.
To just keep a party.
Yes.
And nobody come different and now. So you see, and the last time I remember, Colonel Pink have the Governor General stamp. So if you can lock up a man like Colonel Pink, who is even one of the sellout Maroon them under the Governor General seal as chief, you know see what going on?
So right now we know that we are fighting spiritual wickedness in high and low places, and we are urging the Karamanti warriors to be very on the alert, because it's inevitable that we defend our rights over these privileges that this corporation is offering us. And you know, they're trying to eradicate not only the sight of Three Finger Jack, because this is a thorn in their plan, but they're also robbing our people of the great mineral of the island of Nyankapong under the corporation of Jamaica. And nobody seems to have a problem with it. Nobody sees to have a problem. All Willie want is a good highway to drive. And in the business about the bag of truck, the ton load of mineral that is being shipped over to China to make cars to come back and sell. Him, Willie and Mark, to make
hey, Ross, you know, say you do that thing all the while with my name. You have to be respectful in the budget. Come on, not to do this. You have to do all the while. Statement. So let me balance up my statement so the emperor can know where I stand, because you will give people the wrong impression of me.
Okay.
I said to you that the infrastructure is very important, because Jamaica is a developing country. We need the roads, but at the same time, when they are signing the agreement, they need to make it clear that what if you find gold, you find silver, you find oil, that belongs to us, the country, the people. Didn't I say that? So
yes.
please don't.
No, Willie,
a corporation boy, because
Willie,
in my physically I am, but spiritually I'm not.
I know.
It's just
well, what I was getting at is to make the highlight that, you know, we're fully awakened now, and, you know, all of these atrocities that is being taken of our people, we need to stop being so happy-go-lucky. We want to be included, but we don't want to drop the subjugated documents that we're walking around with. And that's one of the first things that we need to do, is tell the Corporation of Jamaica that they're a fraudulent corporation. From 1738, we have been a very independent group. Not from, but the recognition by the oppressors from 1738 is that they can't beat us. We will never surrender. We can't surrender.
And that's them did underneath a thing called lease agreement. We grant them couple acres of land for lease agreement.
It is my understanding that the shores, and that is why they call it offshores, because 12 miles from the shore, the corporation had the right to dock their ships, but not to bring cargo on the land, because these people who come off of the ship, they are ruled by maritime law, and that's why they preserve. That's why they preserve the celebration of so-called Black History Month, so-called slavery reenactment, because it empower people. If you are treated like a slave and branded as a slave, you're no more than a cargo. And that's why the documents that you're coming off, if they tell you that your ancestors were slave, that means that you belong to them. But we're telling them that.
All on the high chief got it. What you say it name?
Cargo. You're a cargo.
No, in name documents.
Yes, documents. Because this is why they push slavery so much. Because slavery is all about taking people from one shore to another. So the corporation yes, you are no more than cargo. So when you are walking with the documents of the Corporation of Jamaica, the documents of Canada, the documents of St. Vincent, the documents of the British Virgin Islands, you are no longer a person. You're a cargo. And that's why when you go on the plane,
so we the maroon government do not carry documents.
No.
They carry legal paper. Where is the legal paper?
Yes.
But they carry documents because they don't show that you get locked up no matter what you do.
They're showing that you came. That's why when you go through any port with the documents paper, they know that you actually were brought here. You're not from here. You the straw man don't exist. You the person, you or the people don't exist. So therefore, they deal with.
What are my chief? Does Willie know about these official laws? I'm just a year learning from you.
No man, Willie last name is God, you know. Willie God. So Willie know about these things, and you know, the group that you started with David, Willie is a part of it, and Willie has been empowering our people tremendously. But him is a diplomat, you know. Willie is a diplomat, Emperor.
So Willie's out here with us, or is over Canada?
More than okay, man. More than okay.
Is Willie's he's on the island of Nayakapong, or is in Canada?
In Canada, he's in Canada, Emperor.
That's why I say the Emperor drink too much of the chlorine water. On Facebook. I tell you, if Canada, you know, remember me.
I remember say 100,000 people be here.
I forgive you with that. It's true. I understand.
Millions. Yeah, man. But
so you just call me after the program done. I feel I'm straight number.
Yeah, man. But my thing I want to ask you, Emperor, are you concerned that this agitation by the corporation and the outside forces, because China is fully behind the foolishness that the Corporation of Jamaica is doing by supporting these fraudulent activities, are you concerned that this will moreover pull us together to the realization that we are being taken advantage of, or you still that we're still going to be some more sheep out there? Because it's a serious.
Well, I think we're gonna be more sheep, you know, because you are going now.
Yes, sir.
If a big diplomat like Mark right now condemn it publicly, and a big diplomat like Mr. Patterson now condemn it publicly, and then remember, you know, the reason why I picked them out, you know, because they are running an election and they are looking to get into parliament. So when you're looking to get in parliament, you're supposed to be the opposition to the highest. The opposition is to point out all of the flaws. That's when I was going to school. That's how they teach us to be. When I was studying political science, them tell us said if you're going to be an opposition, you have to point out every mistake what the leading party do. So the public they will see that they're illiterate and they're done and they're evil. That's you get the favor. Yeah. And so far, them now point out none at all. So if I was Patterson, I would have done on the three finger jack side from here so the man gets shot. We'd go on a media team and a lick out against the Chinese and a lick out against Andrew Wallace as a people can say, Lord, no, the man are the real man. But from the man them kidnap Patterson. from the last demonstration there.
Afraid I pressed him, afraid everything.
It come like when Andrew Wallace got China. When him go to China, him come back as a different man. I want if I clone him. Mark go try to find out from Patterson wife if have the same cocky.
Anyway.
Like Winnie Mandela said no. Winnie Mandela said no. Well, I know Winnie Mandela said no, not the right Mandela this. Remember my last Mandela penis on it. Because them can't clone the black man penis yet. These people clone all you Gadites so them capture you.
I know.
So we have to find out if that clone Patterson come out of jail back.
Well, I tried to get Mr. Joseph Patterson, but he seems like he's on the bee farm more than on the people's farm. Strong Lion, you're on the line and you've been listening to the Emperor. You know, you're over there in Florida, but you represent the Bahamas, the Atlantis island of the Bahamas. Strong Lion, is there any concern for the Emperor? Because I've been sending some things to your desk also. You know that the Emperor stand on his full circle as far as the sovereignty of our people goes. No compromise. Is there any concern for the Emperor?
Man, I just tell you so, man, I have to keep up the work still, you know. The work's in, you never be done until the work's done, you know. Yeah. So we do the works and we do it with the best of our integrity, the best of ourselves still. We do it for the people, we don't even do it for selves still. So as you watch the people, the ancestors watch us. So as you do the work, Emperor, you don't know, so the ancestors watching you still, seems that way, you know what I mean? And nothing will happen before the time still. Understand what I'm saying? Let's know that still, you know?
They have chastised people like Raskapa and several other people over in the island of the Corporation of Bahamas. But now they've gone ahead as to murder one of the elders, Strong Lion, you know, Rastology.
I saw something like that on the YouTube this morning, but I didn't really get it. I just get in the fullness now.
Yes,
so you saying?
Standing.
And that's a disrespect to the ancestors, to the living ancestors, and the ancestors coming, you know, after seems that way. The disrespect still, man, you know? So you saying?
Alright, can I ask something, Kappa and
yes.
Can I ask something?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna ask you this diplomatical Mark. What are your party?
Mark,
what are your
Mark jump off of the line. Let me see if me get him back. Cause a while ago, not everybody know that they have the connection to the club, you know. Mark is not.
No man, Bill Gates and nobody's hiding. It's just the local normal people who is hiding. That's why they go dead fast. So ask Mark, what is he doing as a diplomat towards that diplomat that died? What publicly, what are they gonna do about it?
I'm trying to get him back online, but
Mark and Patterson them always gonna run.
But you can't be a leader if you're running. If you're running, you can't lead the people them, because the people them need people who can stand up in the den like lions den. But as I was talking to Imara, he ran to, you know, and Mark, and I was trying to say to them that this so-called protocol that they're following, waiting until it happens to at their doorstep, it's going to cause a problem, because they're going to pick off. The corporations is not afraid, you know. They will pick you off one by one by one by one. They have been doing it to the likes of Stephen Biko. They have done it to Marcus Mosiah Garvey. They have done it to Malcolm X, Martin Luther. They have done it to several of our people. But on another low note, the Rwandan president has just left the Corporation of Jamaica and gone over to several other Caribbean countries. Are you concerned about the deals that are being made by the Corporation of Jamaica to put us more and into more hot water with other countries under their fraudulent contractual agreement that they're putting forward, Emperor?
Fundamentally speaking, I am more than concerned, Chief Gadites. That's why I'm pleading and I'm reaching out and I'm crying for all our Maroons and say make we unite underneath a political, underneath a royal banner, not just word of mouth, because Mark can't deny that said if them come and said Nyanke Pong them 200 zillion times powerful, but they will not do it because they say them no want go underneath them one of people, them were gone the Roman Catholic and Queen Elizabeth.
Yes.
And put them people back under slavery. Because everywhere out what them can show me, because remember I am in politics before Mark. I back PJ Patterson, I back Portia Simpson openly, you understand? I'm back Andrew Wellness openly when he was running against Ardisha and they can't deny it. And I'm put Corinne at the last politician and put up Richard Corrigot.
Yes.
You understand? And Mark, them was even telling me for back Patterson and I send 2 bus load. I'm a people them down there for back Patterson and he can't deny it neither. I say Mark, the program I couldn't deny it. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So why Mark them not just come unite? Remember they still got the UIC, them not gonna change nothing. Out now them go underneath now the Maroon government.
Yes, sir. A sovereign government.
Sovereign. They go on it sovereign government instead of going underneath a republic or a democratic government.
Yes, sir. That means that they have their own choice they can make. But this is what I keep saying to our people, and they don't want to make that change. That if we don't leave from under this Westminster government, we are duped. Now, Emperor, we see we're...
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
All right, to ask the Emperor, which one of the politicians and as well as which one of the parties are more are more favorable, I should say, towards the Maroons?
It was always the PMP, you know. Michael Manley, Portia Simpson, name it. The democratic government was always the Ku Klux Klan, you know. So they call themselves in different countries liberate. So that's why I say 99% when the COVID things come was on it. The liberate government run almost the whole country, whole world now. Boris Johnson, them are the Labour Party in America now. The Democratic them is the Labour Party. Out here, Andrew Wallace, them is the Labour Party. So that's why now the Republic Party, them, you know, was always the one now. Cause remember, the American Republic Party was made by 85 maroon black man and about 5 white man. So the party we say Donald Trump's lead was created by black people, and then them created the Ku Klux Klan now from the democratic government for going as the killers them to kill off all of the people who were back to the Republic.
So has any of the Maroons ever been killed the way they have been killed under this government, under the PMP government?
Never.
Remember that we just celebrate the Coral Garden killing too, you know, William. It was under the monstrosity
government
of Donald. What name? Buster Manty. That monster. And but it's not about support. You know. It is about recognizing that whether you're JLP or PNP, you are still working under the crown, and as long as you're working under the crown, you cannot talk to sovereign people, because the crown have an agreement with us, the Maroon, stating that, listen me, we surrender. We did not surrender to them because they were the ones sending over the red coats, and every time them send over a bag of red coats, none of the red coats no come back, not even a ship. And if them do,
and that was from 90 years, right?
We thought it was supposed to be 99, but we stop it at 98. And the thing about it is, when we stop it at 98, as the Ras proudly tell us, it was because the League of Nations have an agenda where if you are sending troops for more than 50 years to fight a war, just like how America had to draw from Afghanistan, whether they like it or not. It was coming to the end of time. 50 years they would have lost the cooperation of America if they had stayed over there and fight for over 50 years. That is how the laws of war goes.
The rules of war.
Yes.
The rules of war.
Once you attack somebody and it take more than 50 years to get rid of that adversary, that means that the person beat you fair and square, and everything where you have belong to the person. So not only is the British Empire belonging to the Maroons, but France and Germany too, because if the UK is running Europe, that means that we beat the British. That means that anything the British own, who own it? And that's why 2030 coming, which is going to make the full round of 40 years. Them a come back with this Commonwealth bullcrap now, because there is no such thing as Commonwealth. It is the it's the national wealth of the Maroons. We are 54 nations strong. One nation. 54 different tribal ethnicity that call ourselves Maroon. And this is what the United Nations has recommended, and has come to the understanding that these people are sovereign people. Before any corporation was created, these people were there. That's why when you go into the courthouse, we have to walk with our native birth paper from Nyankopong. And when them ask you a question, ask them if they're dealing with the creator or the created. Because the corporation have created a straw man that is not us. This is where we are, people. This is what we have to do. And the emperor has done his work over and over and over again. I don't know if you want to shed any more on it, Emperor. Yeah, but this is really for people who keep believing that this is a facade. Willie sent me a tape the other day, and this is a brother that I thought I was radical, but he is more radical than I am. We have Red Snapper here from Canada saying that UNC and Marcus Garvey party are the only ones who can save Jamaica. I think the Emperor would disagree with you. That's somebody writing USC. Marcus Garvey party was the first. It was called the People's Political Party. And Marcus Garvey brought that idea, and Bustamante and Norman Manley ran with it. Ran with it like a criminal up to the British. Them and say, listen me, they are planning to start their own thing, you know. And that is why we have Capo sitting between both the Labour Right and the PNP, because Capo was the original. If Capo wasn't there, this fraud couldn't take place. Because
let me tell you something.
Yes, sir.
I have lost all faith in government. I don't want nobody to govern me. And as Barack Obama said the other day, people who want government is a people who don't know how to govern themselves. We don't need nobody to govern us. We need to just govern ourselves. So whether it doesn't matter what party, because what the problem is, as soon as some of these parties get into power, then begin to sell out and they just fall in line with the rest of with whatever goes. So I don't believe that we should be any part of no government. We simply govern our lives ourselves, and that's what indigenousness is all about. It's about self-governance.
Yeah, but I don't know if anyone. But what I want to say to you is that we're not only trying to govern ourselves, you know. We're also trying to nationalize our people. The Asian, whether you're from China, Japan, Indonesia, any one of these places, you're an Asian. Now, over the years, what has happened is they have used the term as black as to identify you, Willie. But look in the mirror, you're not black. An Asian person have certain culturistic identity that can put towards them and say, this is a real person. This is how Asian look. This is the word Asian, what it means. This is it. Now, we are trying to find our nationality collectively as one. So that is why we're pushing the momentum that until we have national togetherness, we can't be, we are like a finger, we're like a hand with 5 fingers unfold. But when it's fold, it's a fist. That's where we reach. It's not about anybody governing you. It's about having a governance by the people, for the people, that works with the people. None of these corporations is doing that, Willie.
Yeah, but it is not that simplistic, you know, because as I've always said to people, you know,
government is just, and those who are in government are just a facade. It's just ceremonial.
You need people to fix the road and help.
In the long run, it is the people in the dark that you're not seeing. They have no face that dictates to the government of the world what to do and what not to do. And whenever they don't comply, they're getting rid of by either they steal the election or they assassinate them or find some way. So don't forget, Andrew Holness, you name it, our Prime Minister here, Justin Trudeau, all of them are just being bellboys for the big guys that you don't see. They don't have no face.
But that is why we say that no matter how they parade somebody around, say he's going to be elected. You and I know that it's a selection. These guys are selected long before they're put up for so-called election. They've been going to the boys club meeting. They've been swearing their allegiance to the Rotary Club, the Lions Club, all of the clubs that's out there that is ruled by.
That's why Gadites.
Yes, sir.
I was telling Mark said, no matter if them sell out, because remember say Mark and myself is with those clubs.
Okay.
You have to think through me more deeper than participant, because remember say I was at the part where me do the road ring them and me do the spiritual part and stuff. Everybody knows that department in the club was always a top department.
Yes.
You understand? So, but I know who I am. So, you understand? But participant probably take a deal. I said, all right, listen, we're going to privately fund but Andrew going to go and run back to him. We're going to stay to distract the people, and that's, they remember not about the Maroon government and everything there. That's why, remember, everybody on this program said, if Mark them, take them identification and send Maroon government tomorrow, them 200 zillion times powerful.
But he's fearful of death, Emperor.
Well, one thing is sure now, is death now.
Yes, sir.
And then with what is the new world order for 2030 now, if it wasn't for me and all of the Maroons who did start to lick out against the vaccine, Mark himself will take the vaccine already. I don't know if Patterson take it yet. But if Pakistan take it, if it wasn't for us, open up them higher when them sisters were brave enough, and so now them start come out now and said vaccine thing too. And now see that the whole world are lick out against the vaccine now. You understand?
Yeah.
So, they're not going to dead anyway. Everybody on this program, for the 2030 agenda, robots replacing, remember saying we don't need a disc jockey enough for 2030 now. Robots will replace them, we don't need a doctors. For 2030, we don't need a taxi driver. You already see the Uber that will take over all of the taxi driver that work already. Truck driver again now, you already see Google truck and take over the whole of them, the smart truck them and deliver things already. To Miami, to Florida, to Mexico, to everywhere. So that's why you see the truck driver them, gas station now, we don't need gas attendee again. You just pass, swipe your hand, and you put out, you serve your water tanker, and robots can serve you. Military.
Yeah, we're going to make an emperor.
No, not as yet. But with Andrew Wallace now, it can be possible at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, because see, if I promote the new microchip money, they just launched the first one now, they might advertise it. If you get certain digital credits, you will get the money free. So they might tell people now, say,
them are bounty out there, do the mouth work. What a thing.
Alright. So you see it? And the people now understand, say, those digital monies like how them ban your YouTube. So if your YouTube now go and go them ban it.
Me just offer Willie for buy him house, Emperor. Me I tell him say, Emperor, we can send over $20 billion in a digital money right now to your account, Willie. Right now, Willie. Just sign over your house materially. Sign over your thing them send it come, and we send the money in your account right now.
Send it first. Make the deposit first of $1 million.
But you can't, the trick about it, you can't touch it for at least 48 hours. But you have to send over your documents then before the 48 hours.
Why 48 hours?
Because digital money have certain precaution. Emperor, explain to them how we are going how the corporation are going to turn them in a slave, the Emperor.
Yeah, and then watch a go on now, Willie. Why them digital money, don't it?
Yeah.
Take it back.
So now, if I am controlling the digital money, remember it's like a money where you can go and say you draw.
No.
I told the toes I put out of the $25 billion.
Nope.
So me decide, say me no like how you flex. Don't you can cancel the digital money out of your bank account anytime.
Boom, fire.
Yes, I know, Willie.
Ask that again. Somebody did us send me a message.
I transfer the digital money into your account and I decide some don't like how you flex. That I can draw it back out your account at a time.
Exactly. I'm not for the digital money, my brother.
Will it save the Will it?
What gave you the impression I was in it?
Bitcoins and those things and all these things coming out.
That's right. You have to be smart, Let me tell you something.
Yes.
You have to be smart in life, my friend. I made a lot of money off Bitcoin. I convert it to fiat currency, then I convert it to a lot of food is in my house. If war start, I have enough food in my house that can last me at least 2 years to feed my family.
Sure.
You gotta be smart, my friend.
Yo.
All right. You with Willie now, Godite.
Yes, I.
Willie not make Willie chicken. Willie not 100% in a Bitcoin. Willie just check out some things of a Bitcoin and then convert it back into asset. That's in case Bitcoin for clamp. Because if not a Bitcoin or clamp, like I don't buy now. The first Bitcoin, it clamping and billions of people lose money after the first Bitcoin, and then bring it back now with Obama and with the Bill Gates Foundation them. But the original Bitcoin people, the guy that come from China. Yes, and so now Obama and Bill Gates them and them registered it right now underneath for the new corporation.
Own money. But Willie, we have a $10 million fair win. Just send over your paperwork and you get it within 48 hours.
Yeah, man, when you send the 10 mil and you convert it to fiat currency.
No. This is a digital world. And we can send it to you via WhatsApp and anything. This is what I tell you about how our people are going to be sucked into this vacuum, because we are telling them big and serious.
Where is it acceptable?
What the money that I'm sending
Who's
to you?
Who's going to take it from me if I want to buy a more expensive house?
Yeah, but you have to pass through the regulation first before you can access the money.
Alright, watch out for now, Godites. The same Bitcoin, the Godites.
Yes.
The same Bitcoin still not accepted by certain people worldwide.
No.
You understand? It's not accepted certain place. So Bitcoin itself worldwide is not acceptable. And we can prove it. Because remember, say we were the one who get paid for promote the Bitcoin, You understand? 15 years ago. So what happened now? We have a new thing now named Lume.
Yes.
And we have the Lume also in a digital currency to with it. And the Lume can spend certain places in the world, but certain places still not accepting the Lume as yet.
Yeah.
So we can now send you
about the Lume, man. We talk about it on our show all the while.
Alright, so me myself personally can send you now a couple millions of dollars of Lume.
Yes, sir.
Because we have access to it. And that's also the paper one.
What can I buy with it? That's the question I'd like to ask. What can I buy with it?
If you're in Ghana, you can buy if you're in Ghana, you can buy a car with it. If you're in in England, you can buy food and clothes with it.
Hold on. The thing about it is, I have 7 more minutes left. And Willie, as to your question, the Lume, as what the Emperor has said to you a while ago, it is our bartering money. In other words, we're using
with each other.
Yeah, with each other, because this is what we are bringing to our people. You see the dependency on the US piece of paper what we love so much, it's going to become useless because the options the options of converting other things into money is at our disposal. That is our right. If Emperor wants to say, "Godite, I'm going to give you 3 pound of chicken for you do 1 song for me," I have to come to that and say, "Emperor, I like the deal and I take it." This is what the system has done to divide us. They have manipulated our minds as far as our energy and spending power. Money is not power. The energy we have is the power, but you must know and we must regulate it as a government and as a people to suit the demands. It's embarrassing for a policeman to be writing a ticket that is more than his rent. It's more than his salary. It's embarrassing that we have people out there that is over the age of 60 getting a monthly stipend from Social Security for less than $500 converted onto Jamaican. So this is some of the things that the Maroon government are looking into, and it's worse embarrassing for the Corporation of Jamaica to be signing a deal with nations like China under the auspices that they're developing a road, that they're taking our mineral and resources and then charging us for 20 years to pay for something that they have out of 1 boatload alone.
35 years.
Yeah, with 1 boatload alone, them pay that out. They owe the country. So these are the things where the Emperor spearhead, and the finance part of it is very. Tomorrow I'm going to get another person. I think they're reaching out. Ghana is reaching out to the Emperor to get the Maroon government to endorse several of their way of trading. They have banks set up where if you're in Canada and you're spending that money, you have banks with malls, they're called, where you go there and you do your trading, because that's how we're going to set up the thing where you want flour, you have your Lumi, you come, we give you your flour, we get back the Lumi and keep it circulated, because our Lumi is, I think it's 17-1, Emperor, for a Lumi over here in the United States, $17 to 1. So this is a brand new nation, and we're moving forward. I have to close it now, but I'll start with I don't know if the Emperor want to do the closing last or will he want to start. Strong Lion and Michelle is here. Michelle, you have been very silent. I don't know if you want to start us out. You've been silent. All right. I think she's multitasking. Willie, what do you have to say to the people? You've bring a lot of meat to the table. If another buffalo you have brought to the table, and I give credence for your time every day. In closing, what you want to say to the people?
You know what? Them say respect is due, so I'm going to hand over to the Emperor. Let him have the last word as a sign of respect.
Yes. That's why I start with you. All right. Strong Lion, anything from you, sir? Anything from you? Because you don't say.
Right, your partner is still coming a little late still. I didn't even know about the brother who lose his life on the battlefield still, man. Standing up for the people, man. The ancestors them keep him on this travel and this journey and his family still, man. So you all have to go through the tribulation when we choose righteousness still, It ain't easy when we choose right, I mean, it ain't easy when we choose the people first, you understand what I'm saying? Because, you get the man, so they're taking advantage of the people, them. So when you go stand up for the people, them, this is what they want to do, throw blows. But guess what? Mount Zion still see everything and know everything. So prophecy have to go through, man. These things, they've been said and they have to be done, you understand? So for all the lions and lioness, have to stand up on the square, man. Ancestors them standing with you, man. 10,000 at your right and at your left, man. So we don't have no worries, man. Don't watch nothing still. Yeah, man, for the people of the world, man. Love and light to the people of the world, man. You understand? I'm saying, big up the Bahamas, big up Jamaica, big up Haiti, big up USA still. You understand? I'm saying, Atlantis. You understand? Big up the world, man. Big up Canada, big up Africa. You understand? Love and light to the world, man. Nice topic for the day still. I learn a lot. Yes. Like I say, still this sovereignty coming from the Morris understanding. I should have been know this already, but now I get my chance to be educated about it. I just a humble student to this, and then in America, the American brothers, some of our brothers over here, they've been bringing to me from a Morris level. I've been a humble student to that too, and I try to put them two together. Because that's a Rasta man, we always see ourselves as sovereign and free through His majesty, but when our people them getting beat up, like Marcus say, how could you live in luxury when your brothers and sisters in a death and disease and being taken advantage of? You have to stand up for our people and stand up for ourselves, man. We can't just stand around, man. It's been going on too long, man. Righteousness have to cover the earth like water. The wicked have to go under the heel, man, every time. Rastafari.
Emperor, what you want to say to the many people who have you have inspired?
And big up the Emperor, Steam said, big up the Emperor, big up.
Yes. Emperor, I'll give you the last word because, you know, heights of great man reach and kept was not attained by sudden flight. We're celebrating the Easter holiday, and it's a time I think that Rastology was the crucified one. They sacrificed him and they did it in such a barbaric way. But the ancestors will definitely not take this easy. Emperor, I'll leave you with the last, with your words of comfort to the people.
Well, on a fundamental level, I'm just asking my people, first, we have freedom is to get back your identity. Marcus Garvey told us, said, in these times, we have to get back our identity. He died for it. Noble Joali died for it. Noble Joali was the first man who tell Marcus Garvey, no, we're not black, we're maroons. When he found out, said the original Moors did sign up under the Christian and he broke out from them. That's until today, all Moorish tribes split in about 200,000 piece. And everybody said them a leader for the party, them a leader for the party. But one thing I'm glad, no matter if you say you're a Moor, you cannot deny that you're a maroon. Your epidermis, your skin is the color of maroon. No matter if you say you're a Seventh-day Adventist, no matter if you say you're a Christian or a non-Christian, you cannot deny that you're a maroon. No matter if you say you're a Zionist or you're a Rastafari or you're a Bongo man or a Dingy man, you cannot deny that you're a maroon. You understand? Because your color of your skin is maroon, your epidermis, your melanin is maroon. Brass. So why you're afraid to accept what you are, but you're willing to accept what you're not, and what you're not is keeping you underneath economical slavery, physical slavery, and spiritual slavery. Because the word black in the Black's Law Dictionary mean death, mean everything that is bad.
It also mean white too.
Now, white now, my friend, is your atom. But only the maroon people carry white atom.
Okay.
Because if you cut your skin, and you clear with the maroon, burnt brass, epidermis, otherwise known as your scale, if you're acting on a fish level, your atom is going to be white. Have you ever get a cut yet, my brother?
Yes, my lord.
Different from the blood that come out because it meet upon the carbon dioxide. Hold on, my daddy. Different from the blood that come out of your body and it will turn red because it meet upon carbon dioxide. Whenever blue blood meet upon carbon dioxide, it will become red, and then after it become red, it will be when it dry, it come back to brown. You understand? What is the color of your flesh?
The flesh is
the white meat. The white meat.
Yeah, it's white, otherwise known as atom.
Yeah, the atom.
So, and when you cut deeper within your atom, that's what they call it Adam and Eve. It's Atom and Eve. So we are the atom people, the atom race. Yes, son. So now, when you cut deeper within your atom or with your flesh, you see white and white until you touch the bone. And what color is the bone?
White.
Alright, but if the man we call white man now, if you cut him a two color, you're going to see either pink or yellow before you see the blood. Wrong, I'm right.
Yeah, sometimes purple.
Wow, that's some science.
That depends how cold them is. Yeah.
Alright. So you see people, so you are maroon by birth.
Yes, sir.
You're not maroon by name like what they tell you. Your uncle might be a different tribe of maroon, whether you're the pygmy tribe, look at short dwarf one them, you are a Mongolian tribe, you're a Guru tribe like Marcus Garvey, them come from the Guru, they look at thick, stout, almost short people, them, are you a Cushanite, are you a Shanti, are you come from the Bobo tribe, or you come from the Zulu tribe. There are over 700 different tribes on the planet, but we are all marooned by our epidermis, our skin, our flesh. So you cannot deny that you're maroon. No matter what you decide for, you can't run from it. That's why the British them now always try to hide the name maroon. Them take it out of the color book So you would never know some maroon was a color until you go find it by accident, or until the emperor tell you. Everybody on the planet checks that maroon was runaway slave, so nobody want to put themselves on it runaway slave, so they try to shun the name maroon. But if you look, the longest war that ever fight on the planet for 90 years is we and the colonial and them. 95 or 98 or 99 years.
We've been fighting the Vikings and the Caucasians race for quite a while. But Emperor, I want to thank
That's
you.
some knowledge.
Yeah, I want to thank you so much. And you know, whenever I see you on the battlefield doing the works of the righteous, you know what I mean, we always utter prayer and say, Father, may the ancestors surround him. 10,000 on his right and 10,000 on his left. Yeah, man, he walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we'll fear no evil, because they know the purpose. And if they ever dare, as what they've done to Rastology, we will even make our people more stronger. Because see, today an entire day was acknowledged to be in reverence of Rastology. And there'll be many, 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 many more. The children, this story that Rastology has taught us, it is going into the books now. And it has really on Facebook, it be on other books where we the Maroon not going to forget our roots. 1738 is not something that we take lightly. But it's not where we started from, because in 1655 it is written that when the Vikings came over, yes, it was the Moors who brought them over. And we brought them over because we were ruling Spain. And Spain taught Greece and all of these Roman Empire civilization, for a better word. And we didn't rule Rome, we didn't rule Greece or Spain with guns and bombs. We use it with intelligence, love. We use knowledge. We teach them about the herbs. We teach them about the birds. We teach them about the waterways, until the Vikings got corrupted and came over and figured more or less that our people was savages as they were, living in the ice part of the planet. Emperor, and I give thanks and praise to Willie and Strong Lion. One love.
Yes, my Lord, give thanks.
We shall be
We shall. Yes, that is the Emperor. Yes, I want to thank all my listeners who listen today. We're going to replay this right now. The Emperor spoken, and it's a brilliant thing, people. We have to wise and know ourselves, because if we don't wise and know ourselves, we're going to end up back in the said square that they have built for us. So I love you, my brothers. I love you, my sisters. Most importantly, the Almighty God that created them. Hey, the artist support, because of them, the Rastology situation, people, it was a broken thing. But I do have the Red Snapper team. Of course, they are part of one of my biggest supporters, Red Snapper Promotions. I want to pick them up. They're supposed to be I think they're calling me right there. But I'll have to cut it here because I have to get my son. But tomorrow, let us do Marcellus. Marcellus, he is one of the top artists from the camp. Oh Lord, there we go. We're spreading all over the world. Marcellus is one of the top artists inside of the Red Snapper camp. And I want to tell Lisa, you've been really inspiring to us. We want to keep that. We chat with 2 of the artists out of the camp already, and we're getting ready for the artists called Marcellus to really bless the platform of Freshradiovybz. It is Freshradiovybz, the resistance radio station, and I'll have to send out that poster for tomorrow with Marcellus and the Red Snapper. Lisa, can you send me your logo, please? I wanted it to drop on the link. Let me just big up the likes of Mark, the Renaissance Man, Farmers Party. Also want to big up the likes of Michelle, the Emperor L.A. Lewis. I want to big up also Imara. Big up yourself in Imara, because you're my brother. So we lie and roll all the time. We always have it rolling in the jungle. And Willie God, Thank you so much, Willie God, for being a part of our link. This is how I'm going to leave you. I love you, my brothers. I love you, my sister. Most importantly, the Almighty God that created heaven and earth love you even more. If you cannot be good, be great. Until tomorrow, Jah guide.
So in that sense, all who are divine are fathered of God in the divine sense. But here is the mystery. The mystery is that you and I are a virgin people. As a virgin is a woman that has not known a man. Any people who have not had an intercourse with God cannot bring up new life from themselves. So the white man, like Mary's father, kept anybody away from us that could impregnate us with a new idea different from the idea of the slave master. He was like a father guarding a daughter that's pretty and don't want nobody to get to his daughter, so he stops them at the border. Who are you coming to see? And if they came from Africa, he said, don't go among those savages. They will hurt you. Stay away from them. So he tried to keep us away from our African brothers and sisters and them away from us. Anybody that has knowledge, how many of them come from Africa and the Middle East and try to teach you? Even when Brother Ahmed D-Dad came, he don't come to no black people. With all that he knows, he don't come to impart it to you. The Indians keep him among their own kind and try to get him to talk to white people. They ain't got no respect or love for you. You a virgin. And every time one of us went away and had a relationship and came back pregnant with a new idea, we saw it immediately. Marcus Garvey went away to England and met with Bruce Muhammad. Notice the name, Muhammad. And got fired up and came back to Jamaica and began his quest for the black man. All of a sudden, he had a new idea. And because he was pregnant with a new idea, we don't want him to make the rest of us pregnant, so we isolated. But they were not watching. He came up out of Jamaica and slipped into America, looking for Booker T. Washington. And when he got the appointment, Booker T, I think, had died. So the Honorable Marcus Garvey began to preach, and when white folks looked around, he had nearly 5 million people under his banner, and they were frightened because that's not their nigga. That's not the nigga that I made. Listen to me. When you in the South and an uppity nigga drive in with a fine car in a southern rural town, white folks will come out and say, what you doing here? What you doing here? You be careful what you say to our Negroes. Notice the possessive pronoun. Our Negroes. But that's all we've been, is their niggas. They're Negroes and they're black people. They own you, nigga. That's why you wear their name. You Mr. Johnson, all right, Jones and Walker, all right, and Roundtree, and Bulletproof. not your name? The white folks' names. Why he give you his name? You. And he acts like he owns you. Go to work for him, he looks at you. Yes, I think I'll hire you. He don't want your husband. He don't want your brother. He wants you. You get all the skills and you're so dignified.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible.
Freshradiovybz, the most feared internet radio station on planet Earth. The resistant radio station. Freshradiovybz.
From the great mama